I think we'll end up posting this one to YouTube too. Hey, fine, yes. Welcome back, man. All right, boys. Thank you for being here. Welcome to my first, stream in a while. I'm happy to be back. A little washed, very washed, a little out of practice. I'm grateful that you guys are here anyway. Thanks for hanging out. I'm excited to show you the game because I haven't shown it in a while, so I figured, we'll just go full open kimono and just show you guys whatever the last build has in it, and I'll just kind of run through and play some games. I think it's in a state now where it's far from finished, but the stuff is far enough along that it's watchable. It's still going to be a card game at the end of the day. I think it'll be a little tough for if you guys haven't read the cards before, I have to mouse over them, and then you have to catch it. But one thing we got to decide is what fucking resolution to stream this in. I mean, this looks very cinematic. This is neat, right? This is the widescreen. This is how I play at home. But then we're gonna have those black bars on top and bottom, and the alternative is we do something like this, which might be better. What do you guys think? This is better. Okay, no black bars. Cool. I'll reload it then because I'm curious. Not that I need to, but I kind of want the soundtrack to start from the beginning. But yeah, I'm just here to hang out today. It's just going to be mostly a normal stream. I figured I'd answer whatever questions I can for you guys, or at least the ones I'm comfortable answering. And I figured I'd just do a bunch of runs of the game and show you where we're at. Is this actually the game? No, this is a different Bazaar. Of course this is the game. This is just a recent build of it. I hope that the audio levels are okay too. Maybe I just max everything, I don't even know. And yeah, real quick, as always, I don't give a shit about your opinions about my microphone. Keep telling me about it, see how long you guys can keep chatting. Alright, I'm just going to kind of jump in though. Yeah, this is the home screen. This is just a new account. I keep using throwaway emails because right now there's this matchmaking thing where if I get to the highest rank, I can't find opponents anymore because it's only showing me opponents within a certain rank range. So make new accounts once in a while. So this is Pygmalion. This is the character you guys have mostly been seeing me play. That or Vanessa in the past. But yeah, we finally have a couple skins in here, so it's been fun to play with those. I think I'll just jump into a normal game with one of these guys. I know you guys haven't seen the other classes yet. They're not quite ready yet. The Mac cards aren't in here just yet. Why isn't he moving? Is this the right build? Let me check. I don't understand. Maybe this isn't the right build. Hold on. You guys can ignore all the economy stuff too. That's all placeholder. Oh yeah, I opened the wrong build, my bad. That's from a couple weeks ago. This one's more recent. I hope it picks up though. There we go. Is the investor beta coming soon at all? What the fuck is an investor beta? Let's scale up this run. People are like making up phases of launch so that they can try to get in earlier. We'll play the game when it's fucking ready. Until then, you can blow me. You know, it's like it's always been our position, boys. You know this. Like, you know, it'll be ready when it's ready. We could like rush out garbage to meet some arbitrary deadline and do that 10 years in a row, and then we end up being fucking Ubisoft. And who wants that? Like, let's ship some good stuff. You know, that's the plan here. So we'll start with the best card game in the world. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a while since I've streamed, to be honest. I kind of got to get back in the flow of it. Oh yeah, the resolution thing. Yeah, let me switch this. I'm not used to this being weird because on my end it looks normal. It's like just the widescreen working. But yeah, there's a couple skins in here. These are all like subject to change and stuff, but just because we have some of the skins set up here doesn't mean these characters are in yet. Dooley has a few of his cards in, and Mac doesn't have too many yet, but the other 3 are fully playable. The other 4. And then we did this thing, and by we, I mean whoever fucking put prices on the market. There's like some placeholder in-game currency here just so we can get the market in there. And somebody put like the prices of random shit to 5,000, and I have no fucking idea why. It's like everything is free except for a couple things. So every time I make a new account, I have to pick one of these 2 characters I have access to, which is whatever. This is like this will get fixed in half a day. It's just you know, it's always like random issues while stuff's in development. It's been like that since we put it in, yeah, for months. Just hasn't been a high priority fix. I like the Jules skins a lot. This is the default for Jules. She's the chef character in the game. And this skin is really cool. It's really spicy. Yeah. Can it be over 60 hertz? I think so. Huh. Alright, so I'll jump into a couple games, give you guys a feeling for how it plays. I know you guys have seen a bunch of Pygmalion games before, but I figured I'd start there, you know. Let me know if the background audio overpowers my voice at any point, too. I felt like in some of the last streams I did, it was a little quiet, so I figured, you know, today I'd kind of keep it up. But yeah, this is the Bazaar. Right now I'm using the pirate board, and I'm basically choosing between a bunch of different encounters to figure out where to go. And then as I go on my adventure, I buy some cards, I get stronger, and when I feel like fighting an opponent, one sec. And when I feel like fighting an opponent, I can just kind of pick one, and it automatically starts a fight where you don't really have to do anything. So, fully automated. Your cards all, you know, they have cooldowns. They do stuff automatically. So my build is, I don't know, I guess strength-based. I got this skill, which gives me a little bit of extra strength. Strength basically means my weapons are stronger, so I'm kind of incentivized to get a bunch of small ones and do a bunch of damage quickly. I'll just keep fighting some mosquitoes and stuff. Yeah, this is my game. This is what I've been working on. It is not PvE only. PvPvE is kind of what it is if you're going to try to slap labels on it that aren't particularly useful. That's what people do. So we can go and fight more stuff, or we can go to Hattie. I know what Hattie does. He's just not. He's not the best for us right now. I kind of want to fill up our board and get a bunch of items. If you guys take a look at this clock over here on the left, this kind of breaks down what the cycle of a day looks like. So basically, I jump into a game, and I'm on this adventure through the bazaar, right? And I'm going to these different encounters and drafting cards and fighting monsters. And I only have a certain amount of encounters that I run into. So, you know, there's 8 little circles here around the clock, which basically means there's 8 different encounters during the day. So, it's really important to kind of make the most of them. Try to build the strongest character you can, and pick up the strongest cards that you can. So, I'll pretty interested in buying Pig's Gym. It's a pretty good card, but I also want to heal up first, so I'll do that. Yeah, this is fine. So you can tell it's not just about what cards I have and what they do, even though they do synergize in different ways. There's also player stats down here, which kind of affect my items differently. So since I got the boots, I have 20 speed, as long as I have them. 20 speed means my stuff charges faster. So, but yeah, now that we're at the end of the day, now that we've finished the 8 player encounters, now I pick another opponent to fight against. So these are other players, different ranks. I don't know if we'll allow you to punch down. Like, I think right now my account is gold ranked, this one. This account is. So we can fight another gold player, or we can go up to diamond, or we can, like, fight down to silver. But, you know, I'm a Chad, so we always punch up. But, you know, it doesn't always go well. We'll see. What happens when both you and the opponent reach their cooldown together and both of you are one shot? Who wins then? The items also have hidden cast times, mostly uniform, but there's a couple exceptions for like flashier visual effects. They're gonna like take longer, but yeah, there's not really tie. I mean, sometimes there's a tie. The most common way it happens is from a sandstorm. If the fight lasts too long, right now it's after 40 seconds, there's a sandstorm that comes in and starts damaging both players, and that happens kind of at an even rate. So if both of you die to sandstorm, sometimes that ends up being a tie, but but ties are pretty uncommon. Usually one player just wins. Small items sell for 1 gold. So Nufu is a little bit different than the other merchants. He gives you these skills. You can have up to 4 of them, and you can replace them. So right now my strength is also good on my shielding items, which is pretty interesting. I guess like a trinket master, I think it's kind of a cool skill. You can do some barter stuff. Most of the merchants are JJ right now, but that's just a temporary thing. At least early game, there's a lot of JJ. We're out of cash, so I'm gonna go fight this bee. Let's go get some money. All the enemies kind of do different stuff. This one gets a lot faster when you hit it with a weapon, so sometimes you have like a control build that doesn't even have weapons, and then it's pretty easy to kill the bee. In this case, I just picked it because it gives me the most gold, which is kind of what I want right now. Right now, there's these temporary locked slots. I can basically spend my gold in order to make more room on my board, which would allow me to fit more cards, which is pretty cool. But that'll be represented with like a rug later on, so that'll look a lot cooler. Game reminds you of Slay the Spire. It's got a lot of the same strengths as Slay the Spire, yeah. It's, you know, it's very replayable. You get a different run every time. You pick a character. Depending on the character you have completely different cards. But unlike Slay the Spire, the game is multiplayer. And unlike Slay the Spire, the game doesn't have tedious execution. You know, you just kind of jump in the fight and your cards do their thing. So I think it's a lot more accessible. You don't have to worry about, like, using your cards right. It puts the focus on the drafting, which is pretty cool because then we can make the encounters more fun and really just like make the draft the focus. It's just it's a lot more fun. Right now there's an attrition mechanic, so the damage I take from fights is permanent. There's a couple of hidden rules as well. Like once I end a fight, I heal up to 20% health if I'm below it. If you lose a fight, you still get 1 gold. And you don't lose a life to monsters anymore. So those things might have changed since the last time you guys have seen it. We have kind of a strength build going on. So I'm tempted to get this durable skill. When I use a weapon, I heal equal to triple my strength. It's pretty strong. I mean, since we have that, let's go fight Dire Ingle. Some of the monsters remember what you did. Like in this case, if you fight a lot of these Ingles, there's a smaller version too. If you fight a lot of them, they get stronger and pretty hard to kill. So they have this Caltrops, which scales pretty well with strength and a couple of fangs. So, but yeah, the dog should be pretty easy to kill. Doesn't have that much health. Will there be active interactions during the fight? No. Not with items, if that's what you mean. I think it would make the game worse if there were. So I have kind of this weird skill. It's a pretty cool one. It's called conditioning. My strength also increases the shield on my shielding items. So this is going to give me a lot of strength. I have a little bit of strength to start with. So marbles is a pretty good item. I could unlock a slot, but then I won't be able to afford it anymore because I only have 10 gold. And that'll cost 8 plus 4. So in order to make room, I have to sell something, which I'm going to do here. I'll sell this axe and buy marbles. So I think it's a little better. Yeah, and then we pick an opponent again. Right now, there's we're rewriting the rules to our matchmaking system. Thanks to the subs, by the way, Roost. I appreciate it. Right now, we're rewriting the rules to the matchmaking system. This was like our first. This is our first implementation of trying the like choose from 3 opponents thing. And it's pretty cool. I mean, it shows you like what skills they have. It shows you their health, their stats. So you can get kind of an idea of how their build might play out. But the items are still a surprise, right? Like you don't know what items they have. You can just try to infer from the skills that are shown. So, yeah, in this case, I want my shielding to work. I think I'm going to avoid jewels. But you're going to see some default ghosts like this, which just have 100 health, which is basically like... basically the ghost library couldn't find a higher ranked ghost, which should fit in this slot. So it's just like a temporary logic thing. You'll have 3 opponents every time. I could fight Dan, but my shielding might not do much against Jules, because Jules has this... she has a lot of food items, which kind of ignore shielding in a way. So I'm actually going to punch down. I'll fight Vanessa. She has more like normal weapons, and my build might be good against that. Does the order of the items make any difference? It does, yeah. It depends on the items you have. Like in this case, it doesn't really matter because none of my items care about positioning, but there's plenty of them that do, you know. It's kind of like, you can think of it kind of like Hearthstone positioning. It's like some cards care about it a lot, like Direwolf, and other cards just don't care at all. But there's plenty of cards that like buff the thing to the left of it or help adjacent items, so you're kind of like repositioning stuff pretty often. My opponent has this ammo build, which is pretty trippy. I have no idea how he got this golden powder flask that early. It's pretty lucky. So you can basically build up a character and then leave and play later. Yeah, that's like my favorite feature. It's fully asynchronous. So like if I walked away for like however long I want, I don't lose, you know. No other auto battler has that characteristic. That's what makes them so inconvenient to play on mobile, because you're trying to do like fucking 50 inputs in 20 seconds or whatever, and then if you don't have enough time, you get fucked. But this game's fully asynchronous. Like I can just take as much time as I want on every click, on every decision, which is sick because it lets us do a bunch of cool things with matchmaking, and it also lets you play at your own pace a lot more comfortably. So Kind of like Super Auto Pets. Don't talk to me about that game. Those fuckers copied our matchmaking. Whatever. I'm not gonna get into them. That's like the danger of doing like open development for 4 years, right? Like people fucking front run you with. They rush out 1/20th of the game with a couple features. It's like, yeah. But whatever. Like it also like doesn't matter in the long run, right? Like in a world where this game is out, why would you ever play Super Auto Pet? You know, so it's like. But yeah, I was pretty annoyed because it felt. It's one of the only times where it made me second guess kind of the transparent like development process. I was like, fuck. I thought like big studios wouldn't look at us yet, right? Because we're not like a huge name among game studios yet. So I didn't expect like, you know, Blizzard to copy us or whatever the fuck. But there's these little like startups that like copied our, like my favorite feature, one that a lot of people disagreed with me on, like most of the comments section. And then I don't know. I definitely got frustrated by that. Little furry creature, you can pet it, or we can kill it. I actually think both plays are okay here. You guys pick. Do we fight it or do we pet it? Wow, most people say pet. Interesting. Okay. So we get some extra max health. If we run into them a couple more times, some cool stuff will happen. Pet, we've grown up. Durable seems broken. What's durable? Oh, this? Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, it kind of depends on like what stage of the game you're at too. You know, like late game, some things scale better than others. We have some good options here. We can go on Gulch's Dive, which is like kind of a cool event. Could get us a bunch of money. We could join a cult, which gets us a bunch of strength, and we kind of have a strength synergy build. I think I'm gonna join the cult. You can go to a bunch of different merchants, or you can accept the deal. So you basically lose a bunch of max health, but you get some strength. So I'm going to be kind of glass cannon-y. And then since we're kind of on the pet train already, I'm going to keep petting furry creatures when I see them. If we do it one more time, we're going to trigger a special event. The game does reward like game knowledge in a sense, you know, like you play the game and you run into these encounters and kind of figure out how they work, and there's a lot of cool like hidden Easter eggy stuff. So as you play the game more, you kind of learn more and more ways that you can get creative with your build. But yeah, kind of what's cool about it is every game feels very different. Every draft is different from every other draft. It's just kind of one of the reasons I wanted to stream it. You know, it's actually like pretty comfortable to play for 8 hours in a row at this point, and it's a fucking hard thing to do. It took us a long time to get to that point. Had to really prioritize replayability. Yeah. When do you expect the game to be out for the public? Whenever it's fucking ready. And if I was going to give a date, it sure as shit wouldn't be in a Twitch stream. It'll be like, you know, with a proper announcement when we're ready to give one. But yeah, every time we show the game, that's what people want to ask, right? They always want to know when it's out. This year, for sure. 1 trillion%. Am I actually getting Kappas in chat? Holy shit, what year is this? Do people still use Kappa? I don't watch a lot of Twitch anymore, to be honest. kind of want this Jabalian drum, because it's going to make me speedy. But in order to afford it, I have to sell a bunch of stuff. I shouldn't have unlocked that slot. That was a mistake. I could sell the boots and the weights. I feel like I need these weights in order to scale well. It's a really strong, rare item that I think is going to do a lot for me. Well, nah, screw it. We'll reroll. Yeah, I'll take one more small item. I'm going to go ahead and queue up this fight, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Did we win? Alright. Yeah, so one of the hardest things about showing a game is basically people don't see what... Like, you can't know what's gonna be in there that's not in there right now. So it's easy to look at like gray circles that say default placeholder and be like, oh, that'll be different by launch. But it's actually gonna look much better by launch in a lot of different ways that aren't obvious, you know. Like right now we're testing like a compression solution. It's saved on file size, but it made the card art blurry. It's actually much higher resolution than this, so I'm really excited to make some more progress on that. And there's a bunch of visual effects that are missing. These encounters, when I pick one, like instead of just floating to the portrait, there's going to be this whole like visual effect that sweeps them up and moves them across the screen. So there's a lot of ways the game is going to get better by the time it launches. So just wanted to mention it. I'm at the beginning of day 4. Which means I'm back at my house and I have to basically pick what I want. I'm just going to keep picking this gold option. It's pretty safe. Yeah, this is a Tempo production. Yep. It's Tempo Game Studio made this. So we can keep fighting stuff to farm up. We can go to the cake shop. I can show you guys what that is. And again, this is just like an early iteration of this. We'll probably find like a more fun way to do the cake shop, but I can buy more max health here. Since we joined the cult, they're going to keep coming back, and every time the cult comes back, they actually takes more and more of my max health. So instead of investing a lot of resources into max health, I think I'll just take the free option here. Save my money to build up my board a little more. We could try fighting Void Golem. I don't think I could take him right now, but maybe we could try. Depends on if we get lucky. Void Golem's a little different than before, so he's like immune to a bunch of status effects, which makes him pretty hard to beat for a lot of builds. He has way more health than me. He's got these items which do channel damage, but the big challenge is this item, Singularity. It just starts eating my items, just for the fight. They don't like permanently destroy, but sometimes it hits like your one damage dealing thing, and then you're just like fucked, you know. So it's definitely a higher risk encounter, but my build is kind of like item agnostic, you know. It's a lot of redundancy, so normally I'm not supposed to be able to beat a 7 gold monster on day 4, but in this case, like, felt like I could handle it. So, oh shit, I don't know if the shield got off before it broke. Either way, I think we race him. So You can see once the fight lasts too long, the sandstorm comes in, starts damaging both players at the same speed. It's kind of like a fatigue mechanic. Make sure the fight doesn't run too long. We get a ton of money, which is great. And yeah, now once again I gotta choose. This is placeholder art, obviously. We can go buy more items. We can go to Blood Reef Raider. We go to Deborah, which is kind of a special event. So she can kind of reroll into all merchants or all events, or heal right now. I'm kind of interested in seeing what events there are. So, okay, you guys are finally like seeing kind of the variety. There's like a lot of different encounters in the game, and there's a lot of different ways it can play out. I can go to a street festival. I can go to the eating contest, buy a bunch of chocolate bars. There's all sorts of things we can do. Enclave Weeper is a special event. Lickett's a special event. I think I'm actually going to go to the eating contest, as much as I'm sure you guys want to see new stuff. I think we have shown you this before. But mostly I want to do this because I want to buy a bunch of chocolate bars, because we have this Trinket Master ability. So our small items sell for more. What I'm trying to do is figure out how many of these we actually want to keep, because I want to fill my board with these chocolate bars. So the more things I sell, the more chocolate bars I'm going to get. But I don't really want to sell these things because these items are, I think, pretty good in my build. Like, this is one of like the lowest cooldown weapons, so it's pretty good with strength. And marbles is, I have this ability that makes strength affect my shielding items, so marbles is pretty good. And then I'm going to have a bunch of small items, so slingshot's pretty good, you know. So that's kind of why I'm hesitant to sell these. So I guess I'll buy 7 chocolate bars. And since we have Trinket Master, they sell for 1 more, which is pretty cool. I'm going to go to the gym. This is just like a way to buy strength right now. Sell a few of these so we can afford it and then get much stronger. It's another Void Golem. We might be able to beat him. I guess I'll let these chocolate bars stick around because maybe the Singularity destroys them. But I mean, honestly, we don't really have that much damage anymore. You know, it's just a couple weapons, and I don't know, I'm a little worried about being able to beat him because I sold all my stuff. Maybe I'll just go buy an item instead. Reynad, great to see you. I wanted to give... Thank you guys for the pasta. Yeah. Just a bunch of ways we can go with this. Try to buy Hogwash and go into more of a healing plan. I think I'm just going to go ahead and pick up Pocket Change. And since we're pretty broke, I feel like we should go fight some stuff. I'll talk to Deborah, find some events. Oh man, another eating contest. It's really hard to give up eating contest when I have Trinket Master, because all the chocolate bars sell for 1, so it's kind of a free roll to, you know, buy these. 3 shield. Oh, that's model ship is really good in my build because I have this skill. So my strength is going to buff this, which means every time I use an item, I'm going to get 13 shield, which is pretty nutty. So that feels pretty good. I guess I'm going to sell all these chocolate bars and probably the slingshot because my little items are going away. Sell a couple more of these. So yeah, we don't have that many items, you know, but our board is fully unlocked. We have a couple extra lives, so it's not the end of the world if I die. And I'm going to try to fight a lower level opponent with less health. Mostly because I don't think my shielding is going to do a lot against a Jules player, because Jules feeds you, and it's a different type of damage. It kind of ignores shielding. So she has more of a altitude-based build. I'm pretty sure we're stronger. How long does your ghost live on if you have a super stack late game? Right now, so we're actually redefining the matchmaking logic, so it's going to change. Right now in this build, it's just like the first implementation, so the way it works is you save a ghost, like your ghost is saved every single day, and it can fight somebody like one time before it goes out of rotation. But we were talking about some different mechanics for this, like maybe your ghost has a certain amount of lives, and once it loses enough times, that's when it goes out of rotation. And then like when your ghost beats somebody, we're gonna like notify you and maybe give you a coin or something, you know. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Let's see, why did I get wrecked so hard here? Can relative card positions matter? Yep. Yeah, lots of cards care about positioning. I would say more do than don't. Gavel's pretty good. When I gain shield, give this 3 damage. It's great in this build because it's good with model ship. We got to get more money and fill up our board with items, so I'm going to start fighting more stuff. Is there a Bazaar FAQ I can look at? Not really, but I would say if you're interested in finding out more about the game, we have been pretty open about the development process for about 4 years now. So you can find a bunch of videos, like over 100 videos on YouTube. Yeah, there's a subreddit, there's a Discord. You can follow us on Twitter, pretty much ask questions anywhere. There's some community members that are making really regular content around the game too, which is pretty crazy to see because it's, you know, not even out yet. So that's been awesome. I'm gonna fight Sparring Partner. It's a bit of a different monster. Basically, he has 25 health, and when you kill him, he gives you a gold, and then he doubles his health. And you only have 40 seconds to basically do as much damage as you can to him. And some builds have like really crazy scaling damage, so you can do some pretty impressive stuff, but why the decision to go for weapons and items over minions and creatures? Because it's a bazaar, not a slave auction. So when you go to a bazaar, you buy items, not people. But there are some animals and stuff represented as cards that you can get. Like Vanessa has like jellyfish and octopus and stuff. So. This game is not out. It'll be out later this year, and it'll be pretty sweet when it does. Right now I'm just kind of like running through basic gameplay before all the shiny like visual effects stuff is in here. Some of it's in, but not like all of it. But yeah, by the time it's out, it's going to have a lot of even cooler features that are not going to be announced until closer to launch. But I'm pretty stoked about where it's going. I'll just keep fighting this duelist guy. He has 10 strength until you hit him once. He looks like a cocky duelist, and I've actually seen the almost finalized art for him. I don't know, it's not in here yet. Next build, probably. Looks sick. I'm glad you guys like it. The game looks good. Where can I buy it if it's released? We're trying to be on all platforms. There's going to be blockchain integration, which I'm not ready to dive into on this stream, but blockchain integration might limit the platforms that it can be on. For example, Steam banned all blockchain integrated games because it's an existential threat to the Steam marketplace, which makes sense. But we're launching on PC and mobile first, and we're targeting a simultaneous ship on those, so that'll be cool. And after that, you know, we'd like to get on consoles and everything else. So we have like a staffing plan to do that, you know, like soon after launching, but or as soon as it can be built. But you know, it's really going to depend like what Microsoft and Sony want to do. My guess is they'll embrace the tech because it's kind of inevitable. The products that have it are just going to outcompete the ones that don't. So. Vineyard's interesting. I've never had a vineyard build before. We just put this recent effect on it. So when I heal, I gain 1 strength. I have this thing which says when I use a weapon, I heal. So I think that combo could make it pretty good. Let's give it a try. Now my build doesn't really care about positioning, so I can move stuff however, but let's put the house on the side. Let's fight this. Will there be a way to auto-skip battles? Probably not. We have this, it's under my webcam, we have this fast-forward thing right now, but it's just like a debug tool, you know? I could like fast-forward the fight, I could go slow-mo if I wanted. I don't think we're going to have this in the game when we ship, because I don't want to... Just by having it, you encourage this play pattern of like, oh, I'm going to 4x every time, and then it's like, well, why isn't this just a toggle? And then suddenly people are skipping the entire fucking game, and I think we're just gonna not. We're thinking about having like a lighter version of the debug window. Like we might have like maybe just like a button that like 2x's the speed or something that you can toggle, but that's not set in stone yet. Definitely still thinking about that. How's the profile system going to work? So that's a great question. We have a, you know, the way we're doing it now, I don't know that that's how it'll be on launch, but right now you can have lots of Reynads. So like when I make a new account, I've just been making it Reynad every time. So we've run into a few of these furry creatures. This is the 3rd one, so I'm going to pet him a 3rd time. And then I guess the giant furry creature comes. Here's you've been a great friend. If I was fighting them instead, he would murder me. So we could get this skill, which is cool. Helps me fight monsters, but I'm going to take some teeth. We're a strength build, so I wanted some low cooldown weapons. That's why I wanted to start petting. So that's cool. We got some teeth. I guess we could farm more gold, or we could just speed up. Let's buy some speed. We don't have much speed yet. Oh, so we can keep joining the cult. It's going to cost another 80 max health. Eventually, I can get my health back from the cult by fighting them. The question is, how many more times do I want to make this trade? I think I'm going to do it again. What does strength do? So strength makes my weapon stronger. This is strength. Your weapons deal 16 plus damage. Right, because I have 16 strength. So it's good with low cooldown small weapons like teeth and yo-yos. I also have this ability called conditioning, which makes the strength apply to my shielding items. So it's pretty good with marbles, and it's pretty broken with model ship since I have this skill. So, but yeah, let's fight the bird. Let's see, this monster has like a hero power based damage effect. But I'm pretty sure we could take most monsters. We just get such a crazy amount of shielding off this model ship synergy. And we scale really hard, which is cool. Is there ever harder PvE battles that you can lose? Yeah. I mean, depends on how your run's going, right? Like some builds are better at fighting PvE monsters, some are worse. Different PvE monsters have different weaknesses and strengths. I have the kind of build that can kind of infinite sustain really quickly, so it's probably easier for me to fight them than most builds, but yeah. Let's go get some more strength here at the gym. And yeah, I'll just go fight another void golem. there any plans for a tempo content mansion in the future? We've gone down that route before. I'm not interested in influencer business models anymore. They don't scale as much as product companies do, or as well as product companies do. So, you know, I think the future of tempo is going to look a lot more like Disney and a lot less like TSM. Buy another vineyard. Yeah, you guys haven't seen. So there's a mechanic right now where if you find a duplicate, you kind of, there's like every card has like 3 tiers. So since I found a second vineyard and I bought it, now I have a shiny vineyard. The art's gonna look different on every tier. It's just not done yet. So shiny vineyard's just stronger. Now I gain 2 strength every time, and the cooldown's a little lower. So it's kind of like tripling in auto battlers, right? Like if you get 3 of them, they get stronger. But in this game, you just need to find a second one, and then it gets stronger. I'm going to keep dodging Jules because I'm pretty reliant on healing and shielding, and she can kind of ignore it. So this is a weird build. So he's got a ton of health and a Lion's Cane, which does damage equal to a percentage of his max health. Problem is, my build is nutty. We're just going to crush him. I got a really strong build this game, not going to lie. I was pretty lucky to find a 3rd furry creature, and I was lucky to find model ship that early, especially with this hero power. So this is like a really, I've actually never had this build before. I've never had a vineyard build. And that's one of the cool things about this game. I mean, I've played this game a lot, like a lot. We actually looked at the data, and it's like crazy. I have the 2nd most hours of anyone. We have our first investor, Morgulath. He's a grinder. He's on like 8 hours a day every day. But yeah, like I'm pretty beastly this game. A lot of health, a lot of healing, a lot of shielding, a lot of damage. Something here is gonna get nerfed. The question is what? What do you think of Mitch's music? Yeah, I like it. It reminds me of, you know, MTV era America. And a lot of people don't know, but, you know, I wasn't born in America. I immigrated here at a pretty young age, and it was pretty interesting, like, culturally. America's real different from Ukraine. Because in America, like, in Ukraine, most people weren't religious, or if they were, it was, like, Orthodox. And then in America, TV was the religion. And people did, like, it was so interesting. It's hard to describe, like, early 2000s era, late 90s era, like, how important the TV was to the household, you know what I mean? I forgot why I started talking about this. Somebody asked a question that tied into TV. Oh, yeah, Mitch's music, yeah. Who's gonna not like Scuff Blink 182? Can anyone invest in the game? Not right now, but we've had some opportunities throughout development for people to invest, yeah. We just closed our Series B, which is pretty exciting. I'll probably announce that stuff more in the future. So Lord Arkan is an example of one of the harder monsters. So he has 8,000 health, way harder to beat than the other monsters. He also has an ability where basically his health saves itself between fights. So if you don't kill him all the way and he kills you, you can try to run into him a few times and get it done. But I'll fight Lord Arkan. He has this spotlight which freezes one of my weapons. And then he has this item called the Eclipse, which when he uses it, it like uses all his other items, including this satellite, which just does 1 trillion damage. So we'll see if my sustain and everything can keep up with it. It's hard to, like, this is like, model ship is insane together with this hero power. And we have scaling strength with vineyards. The model ship just gets better, you know? So it's pretty crazy how we scale. I think we actually outscale his damage. Now, the thing is, the sandstorm comes in now, because it's been long enough, so... It's going to eat away at my shield, and it's going to eat away at his health. And it's a question of who dies first. I don't know if we can get shield fast enough. The way the sandstorm works is, right now it does 1 damage to both players, and then 2 damage to both players, and then 3 damage to both players. It's kind of like that fatigue mechanic, right? And, you know, eventually it's going to outpace my shielding and my healing, but not before this nerd dies, it looks like. So that's cool. It's possible to pre-order the game still. Not at this moment, but there'll be other ways to get involved and get into beta and stuff. I'd encourage you guys to follow, join the Discord, follow the Reddit, follow us on Twitter and stuff, and then you'll know when it's all ready to go live. Eclipse is pretty good as an item, and I do want it. But I need to make room if I want it. How important is this vineyard? When I heal, gain 2 strength. It's what lets me scale pretty hard. I'm okay selling these 2. I would have to sell like a yo-yo as well. I would have to sell these 3 items to get an Eclipse. Is that worth it? I don't know if that's worth it. Could just take 15. I'll just take 15 gold instead. Safari Hunt's a little different, so it makes a bunch of monsters show up. And what's cool about Safari Hunt is, if you beat a monster through Safari Hunt, you can actually take its skill instead of just getting the gold pile for it. Not all the monster skills are particularly helpful. But in this case, this mosquito, which only gives me 2 money, I would normally never care about killing it, but it says 1 health when I deal damage to the opponent. And that's pretty sick with this vineyard. So I think I'm gonna go fight this mosquito. And we're gonna get its drain skill, which is gonna make these teeth heal me for 1, which is gonna make my strength scaling even crazier. Is there colorblind mode? Not yet. I mean, this is like an in-development game, right? So like, the stuff that gets changed is like the highest priority gameplay stuff, and then in the last couple months before launch, a lot of the quality of life stuff gets added. Like along the way we try to polish too, but I don't want those items. Okay, so we have a Writ Agent of Chaos. This is a bit of a different encounter. This one's cool. This one Steven just added this one like yesterday or a couple days ago. So it's a genie. He can destroy your whole board and then give you like upgraded items to replace it, which is pretty cool. You can like reset your build. He can just give you a bunch of max health, which is like 10 times the day count right now is how much he gives you. And he also has Golden Ticket, which is kind of cool, because you can buy out a shop with it. That's kind of the only way to do that right now. But I'm not really interested in changing my build because I think it's pretty nuts. So I'm just going to take extra health and move on with my life. I'll upgrade a Gavel. I'm down. So now Gavel gets 5 damage when we gain shield. Okay. Yeah, I have to dodge the default ghosts. Let's find the real opponent. I might have to make a new account if we get too high ranked. Like once I hit platinum or whatever, or diamond, we'll probably make a new account, start over from silver. Oh shit, he has balloon tower builds. That's a really strong build he has. Jesus. You see how much damage it has, like just in terms of like how fast it scales? He's gonna kill me. No! Okay, I know this fight was really hard to follow, and it's because there's like it had all the most broken items in the game involved. Fuck. Unlucky. Yeah, he had like a hyper scaling balloon tower is so fucked up. He had this item, balloon tower. So basically every time you gain altitude, it does damage equal to your current altitude. And it's just like, altitude is just this like stat, like strength or speed that you can build. So, you know, he has this crazy altitude gaining, and yeah, and it adds up so quickly. And he has 2 of them, and this one's fancy, which means he's upgraded it, you know, twice. So this one even gives him a bunch of shield. We got within 15 HP of killing him, and then we got robbed. Never fucking lucky. Well, it's nice for you guys to see our balancing strategy in action, you know. I'm gonna get fucking wrecked by something, and then we nerf it. So, that's the plan. What else is there to show you guys? I'll show you guys Gulch. This is a cool event. This is a really fun one that just came in a couple days ago. So you go on Gulch's dive, and what he does is he randomly generates aquatic items. Some of them are upgraded, like prismatic pet rock here. So he randomly generates these aquatic items equal to a certain like gold value, and then you can choose to take 3 gold for every time you beat him, or you can dive deeper, and then he gets stronger and has more aquatic items. And it's like kind of random what build he ends up with every time. But I think we can farm him for a lot, so. You got 3 health. Why are there only 2 hearts on the left? You have 3 lives, yeah. When you die, one of the hearts pops and then refills your health, so. There have been plenty of video games going back 30 plus years that show you 1 less heart than you have, you know. The timeless game design question, should you still be alive at 0 lives or not? We decided yes, that way you're never disappointed. It looks totally different now, unless it's a different mode. No, it's the same game I said it would be, you know, 2 years ago. It's just it has like the variety of encounters now, you know. I'm just gonna keep diving. We're gonna get rich off of Gulch. I think we can take him. What does a fancy life preserver do? Holy crap. That's a strong item. But we outscale it so hard. I mean, I ended up with a really busted, like, synergistic build really quickly. It's actually one of the best runs I've ever had. Pretty lucky that it happened on stream. Or unlucky, I don't know. I don't want to make the game look too easy. I mean, I still lost 2 of the player fights, you know what I mean? It's like, not an easy game. If I lose 1 more, I'm out. The final day is day 10, so we're getting pretty close to endgame here. Lost to 2 Stell's crap build. That last Stell we fought was like one of the best Stell builds I've seen. That one was... Balloon Tower is obscene. He had 4 of them. I like the effect on that card, but it's like almost for sure gonna get nerfed. It's cool that we're gaining a bunch of health, and we scale so much. Like every time we use a weapon, heal 60 health. Like that's. We also have, you know, 40 poison, and he's murdering us pretty quick. So I don't know. We have infinite shield though. But he also has infinite healing. Every second he gains 130. Wow, he's just going to beat us with poison. Because the poison keeps stacking, and his speed keeps stacking. And eventually my weapons won't get to the top on time. Yeah. Fuck. That's the deepest you can go is 5 dives. I lost on the last one. And now I get nothing. I got greedy. I got cocky. I'm going to take it out on Stu. Stu has food, but he poisons you. Yeah, I'm trash. Add that dude to the nerf list. Nah, that was on me. I got punished for my hubris. Is the game gonna have more visual feedback, like bigger numbers have more? Yeah, we're looking into scaling VFX. So I have a ton of money. I mean, 41 gold is a lot. I could go to JJ and just try to find like more items to, you know, upgrade my stuff. I'm just gonna take the guaranteed money and I'm just gonna keep fighting these monsters. Because it's pretty unlikely that I find something like exactly the item that I need to upgrade. I'd rather just get a ton of money here and then like buy stats and stuff. So if we can buy more speed, for example, on the last day, that'd be pretty sick. Can you combine the fangs? Yeah, that's a good question. These are like... You should be able to, and I don't know that you'll get 2 of them. Maybe you only get like 1 fancy one or something in the future. I don't know. But yeah, it is a little weird that they didn't fuse. Normally when you get 2 base items, they fuse. But I also don't know if they were supposed to be normal fangs, because the tooltip said they're supposed to be obsidian fangs, which is like one of the fancy fangs. They have like lifesteal. So we can get a little more strength. I think it's time to reclaim our health, though. Let's fight these guys. So they have a couple weapons. They get strength when you hit them, and they have extra health, depending on how much health you've given them. But pretty easy fight right now, the way it's balanced. Probably need to buff cultists. So we kill them. We get some of our health back. Broke free from the cult. And now I'm a Chad. Yes, let's see if we can find something. Nah, we don't want any of these. Since I've lost both 2 of my hearts, I run into one of the fates. So, Praetaria. I can upgrade the leftmost item, get maximum options for each day event forever, or I can convert all my stats into a single stat. Interesting. I wonder what's best. Let's do the maximum options. We have some money to spend here, so what we can do is re-roll a bunch and see if we can get some items we want. Ooh, another vineyard. Let's definitely get that. So now that we got the 3rd vineyard, it upgrades again. And this visual effect will look a lot cooler in the final game. This is just temporary, but now I get to pick which version I want now that I got the 3rd one. And the artwork will look different for each of them when it's done. So it'll look like very different. Anyway, we can get this plated one, which gives me a bunch of shield. Or we can do this, which makes adjacent stuff charge faster. I think making... Well, I think making stuff charge faster is better, because I think scaling is what we want to do. So I'm going to put my fangs on either side of the vineyard and take it from there. Should we fight Estelle? Maybe she's not a food build. Her skills are weapon based, so maybe it's like a weapon Estelle. Let's see. Yeah, does more traditional damage. He's not trying to feed me to death. Spice Rack is crazy, though. He's upgraded it to 50 speed per activation. That's nuts. But it's not going to matter. We're just going to wreck him because I'm way stronger. His build scales really well, but our build also scales really well and kills him faster, so... I'm going to run to the bathroom again, guys. I'll be back in just a minute, but appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm happy to, yeah, just talk with you guys, answer any questions people have, and, yeah, hang out. So I'm down to stream for a while tonight because, you know, I finally have something fun to play. So, yeah, see you guys in a minute. Thanks for waiting, guys. I just had to get a drink, you know. Remind me why I'm here, Ray. It's because you want to see the best children's card game ever made, the Bazaar. It'll be out later this year. I hope all you guys play. I hope all you guys like it. I'm gonna start buying speed and let's go to Curio's Junkyard. Man, this event has this bug where sometimes it only has 1 cost items, but not always. I can re-roll a bunch on this one, but it doesn't matter because I always get 1 cost stuff. Yeah, screw it. It will be free to play. Yep, it's a completely free to play game. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Awakened District, I think, for 100 health. Awakened District's kind of cool. It's a bunch of buildings. They come to life. You're perma-dazed at the start of the fight. And he has these bees which kill you. But my build scales pretty hard, so I think we're good against beefy, high health dudes. Most annoying bug you've found? Depends on the day, you know. Just whatever's stopping matchmaking. Are you able to answer if the game will launch on other platforms and PC? Yeah, I mentioned it earlier this stream, but yeah, we're looking to launch on PC and mobile simultaneously. And it's cross-play, so everybody on every platform plays against each other. So, also want to be on consoles soon after that, but we'll see how that plays out. What Microsoft wants to do, what Sony wants to do, because you know, we are going to have blockchain integration, and yeah, maybe they do what Steam did and ban it for no reason. You know, we'll see. I could buy more speed, or I could buy some strength. I think I'm actually going to go buy more speed. Making my stuff charge faster is a pretty great way to scale, because I don't really want to change what cards I have. I just want to do Turbo Gavel. I don't want to like change what cards I have. I just want them to be stronger, you know. Fight Vanessa again. We'll talk about the blockchain integration stuff once it's announced. Since it's not announced, I'm not going to talk about it on today's stream. This is a different submarine than we had before. Interesting. It's like a recolor. It is asynchronous PvP. Yep. We invented it. And then everyone told me what a bad idea it was. And then Super Auto Pets copied it and front ran us like 6 months after we announced it. And yeah. But I think it validated the idea, you know. It's good matchmaking. I'm glad you like the music. Yeah, one of the things we got to look at, actually, I talked to Jonathan about this a couple days ago. Right now, when you start a fight, it like interrupts the game music by bringing in combat music, and I think we're gonna make it a little less disruptive in the future. So I'm not sure exactly. Like we might just make the combat music play on the player fight at the end of the day, but not the monster fights. Or maybe we'll just like change the nature of. There's gonna be a lot of like sound engineering work that's still to be done, but I'm glad you guys like the music. Jonathan's a brilliant composer. You miss the Bear Force days? Tell me about it, man. Like, all downhill from there, huh? Choosing your opponent type is a final decision. Yeah, at the end of the day, you pick which opponent you want to fight. I mean, right now, that's how it works, yeah. we're already talking about, you know, other modes, different forms of matchmaking. This is just the first implementation of the picking between 3 opponents, so there's a bunch of refinement we can do. You know, we're trying to like define the rules of skill-based matchmaking right now. You know, should there be any? Is it good to be able to punch down? Do you want to punch up? Like, as in, like, do you want to fight? Do you want to opt into fighting people higher ranked than you, or should we just make it so you only see people that are your rank? You know, these are just like all questions, you know, we've been discussing and trying different stuff, but I'm pretty confident we'll end up with the best game we can. Blockchain technology has exactly 0 useful applications as of right now. Thank you for your Luddite hot take, Sealet. Here I thought there were hundreds of millions of dollars being invested into the technology by people who have actually done something with their lives, but you know, if you don't see an application, then surely there must not be one. Thank you for that comment. I'll let all the crypto people know it's over. Alright, let's go to Andy. Andy only sells little stuff. I'm going to upgrade my marbles. I'm mostly just looking to upgrade my items. This will look a lot cooler once there's a real visual effect for it, and they have different art. So you'll like see the item get better as it upgrades. I'm going to keep fighting the city, just because every time we beat him, we get 100 max health more. And at this point, since I'm happy with my items, I'm mostly interested in getting more stats. I want to buff my character. Bro, stop. I tried to educate people on Twitter about blockchain. These people hate on blockchain have literally 0 idea what it is. Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's not... Yeah, whatever. I'm not exactly on, like, Team Crypto either. I think the tribalistic bullshit is it's a bunch of the reason that, like, you know, the people that are, like, pro-NFT are using it for stupid shit, and then the people that are anti-NFT are, like, arguing against their own self-interest as a consumer, and a lot of that just happens because people politicize it, you know? It's no longer about, like, the idea or the tech. It's like, which team am I on, right? And then once I put a jersey on, my opinion's not allowed to change, regardless of what facts are presented. And then it's... And, you know, I'm not interested in getting caught in those weeds, you know? If I wanted to spend all day talking about, like, tribal bullshit, you know, I'd be a political streamer, but it's not my, you know, I like being productive instead, you know. Disagree equals uneducated. Yeah, technology is not an opinion, right? You can't, you can have the opinion that the internet is useless, but it doesn't make you any less of a dumbass, right? Like, it's tech either, you're like, I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. Reynad, are you still very stressed? I think a lot less so than, like, you know, in the beginning. I mean, getting the project to this point was hard as shit. You know, it wasn't just, like, I was trying to make a game better than Hearthstone, but at the same time had to, like, build a studio from the ground up with, like, very little resources. And that was, like, a really fucking hard needle to thread. But, you know, at this point, like, we've had time, the product's really far along, we've built the team is excellent. I'm a lot less stressed now because I can, I can trust other people to deliver a lot of things, you know, better than I was doing them myself. And so I guess, like, as the team's built up, it's taken a lot of stress off my shoulders. That's been nice. This is the very last encounter of the run, because we're on day 10, and right now, just the way it works, it just ends kind of abruptly. We're looking into alternatives there, but yeah, I guess I'll just roll down all my money, and if I happen to find an upgrade, then great. But if not, I'll just move on with my life. Yeah, nothing. Oh well. Yeah, right now Forja, the way she works at the end of the day, she can heal you, or she shows you one item and you can just re-roll. So it's like a money sink. It's alright. I don't know if that's how it'll work in the end. Alright, and then we gotta pick somebody to fight. I think this Jules uses normal damage, not feeding, based on the skills that I see. It's like strength, burning. Let's fight Jules. I think we can take her. Yeah, it's Dan's. Oh shit, he has a scythe. That's really good against our build because we're like max health and he's gonna try to scythe us to death. But we do make a bunch of armor. The question's gonna be how quickly can I make it. Alright, we got him. Yeah, cool. So died a couple times to Stell, but made it through. Depending on the MMR of your opponent and whether you beat them or not, you get trophies. If they're higher ranked, you get more trophies. And then at the end of your run, you know, your trophies turn into chests, and you can open those to get stuff. So all of this is placeholder. You know, you guys can don't put too much stock into the post-game screen stuff right now. It's, you know, a lot of times in game development you put stuff in just to get it working, and then you just kind of polish it and iterate a bunch. Is the stuff on map interactive? I don't know what you mean by on map, but most of the stuff is interactive, yeah, on the board. Most stuff is modular. You can like reskin your game board into different ones, which is cool. And then, yeah, we're going to try to make these as interactive as possible. But then on the board, you can put toys, which are little, like, one-button mini games. And these are pretty cool. So you can pick what's on your board. I usually use Bubble Cannon. The toy for winners. Yeah, but I guess I'll play another class. I don't think I've ever played Jules for you guys yet. I'd like to buy some of these boards, but I think right now, yeah, they're priced at 1K. So we got to make everything cost 0 in this dev build. So yeah, I'll play default board and let's try Stell. Sorry, I'm getting a shitload of notifications right now. There we go. I disabled them. Okay. Alright, so at the start of a new run, we can get more items, we can get more swords. I'm going to buy this burrito. I wish we had art for it already. I want to show you guys how the joy mechanic works. It's pretty different from other classes. Let's go to another one. Buy blue nanas. Nanas are pretty good. Let's go ahead and sell this sword and buy this coffee, I think. So I'm going to go to a monster and show you guys how this works. Yeah, normally you hit a monster and then the health goes down. And if you hit 0, you kill them. But with joy, you're counting up instead. So you like fill them up. And this is very placeholder, what this looks like. It'll look more like you're feeding them once it has the right visual effect and everything. I think, I'm pretty sure I want the monster to like pop if you feed them to death. But yeah, we call the mechanic joy. I don't know about the word meal. It might be food, but yeah. Anyway, it fills up and then they die. But if it meets their health, they also die. So if you do like 10 damage and 15 feed, that's like good enough. So you can kind of mix both damage types. But yeah, I'm mostly I'm interested in going down this food route. Let's kill a furry creature. I need some money, and they pay pretty well. It's easy to feed them because all of his items just heal him, right? This is like an example of like, you know, the healing just doesn't matter. If it was normal damage, he could heal it away. I would never kill him. But it's not normal damage. It's food, so. Let's go to some different merchants. I need some items. So you have a bunch of different options. I could just buy more health. Not even worry about items that much. But I think we do want items. Let's go to Lux. He has rare items, but it's early. It's day one, so these are the highest level ones that can show up right now. We can go ahead and buy. I'm not really sure what we want. Do we want to heal? Or do we want this fortress to give us a bunch of... I want to buy honeycomb. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we go to JJ. Buy a little more stuff. When you get a meal or ingredient, give it 2 joy permanently. So this can help us feed them. I'm going to get the salamander pup instead. When we buy it, we get 20 max health, so that feels pretty good. And, oh, we got Laurel's favorite anyway, so I'll just go ahead and buy it here. Sorry about all the default art, and the cropping on this is wrong. It has that gray line on top, but we'll fix all that stuff. You know, some of the art in here is like more or less finalized, like honeycomb, right? And some of it's just being polished up right now. Because as we design the game, we think of like new items we want to have, and then put those in the art pipeline. But yeah, most of the art's done. Most of the assets are done. Yeah, it's just like kind of design work that we're doing nowadays. Show the bubble gun. Oh yeah. Yeah, this thing's sweet. You can click it a bunch, and you can pop the bubbles. It actually works now. Like the bubble hit registration is finally good. It's not too laggy. I'm really excited about bubble cannon. You can use the opponent's toys too, which is cool. Like the dummy has, well, you can beat them up basically with different weapons. Is this the final UI or will it change? Well, I don't know if it's the final UI because we're not shipping the game today, so I don't know what final is going to look like because I can't see into the future. But everything's in development, you know, nothing's finalized. It's kind of, you know, you should expect everything to change. But, you know, not 100%. It like depends on the thing. Like, you know, this art's going to be mostly the same. It's no reason to change it. It's pretty good. Some stuff will take polish. We could go to the loan shark, or we could just keep fighting stuff. Let's go fight the bee. They get mad when you do damage to them, but this is kind of another benefit of food. When you're feeding them, you're not really triggering the like reactive damage stuff, so pretty easy to feed the bees. How did the team handle the low cooldown item scale issue? Remember ability haste being an option? Well, I mean, like, this, we made a video about this, like, over a year ago. I mean, speed is ability haste. It doesn't say your items like... It doesn't say reduce your items cooldowns by 10%. It says they charge 10% faster. So that is ability haste. Start upgrading Laurel's favorite, because why not? Have you thought about a mechanic to use the food you are being fed to unfeed yourself? There is a card in the game that can do that. There's a special event called Enclave Weeper, and if you pay some of your max health, you can get ectoplasm from him. And then if you get 3 ectoplasms, you can make it a fancy ectoplasm, and then it can get rid of your food. But no, I don't think we should make that an intrinsic mechanic that's like in the game always, because the food mechanic is only in 1 of 6 classes. So like, what if I just don't run into jewels and then what, my anti-food card is dead? That doesn't sound fun. So I'm bad at card games, and I learn a lot from seeing people destroy me with cool combos. How do I know what my opponent is doing to beat me? It's a great question. Well, you're always able to like see their cards. Right now, when you click on a fight, the fight just starts going right away. What's gonna happen is there'll be a button to start the fight in the future. So like when you load into a fight, you can look at stuff before it starts going off. But also, if you missed it after a fight, you can go back and like, I can look at the build my opponent had. Can look at how the fight played out. You know, you can replay it if you wanted. There's a bunch of stuff you can do, but I'm just exiting early. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go kill the bee again. Can you move cards before you start? No. Once you see your opponent's cards, you can't move yours anymore. We're releasing the game this year. Oh wow. Big burrito. I've never had a fancy burrito before. Let's see what happens. I'm not really interested in wasting my gold to reroll right now. I have a couple different Pygmalions I could go to. I'm going to go to the one with less health. He's easier to feed. This feels like a mix of TFT and Hearthstone. Yeah, people have been saying the Hearthstone thing since day one, but it's never been logical. The only thing Hearthstone-y about this game is the fact that Reynad is on a webcam. There's no mana, there's no decks, there's no cards. You don't target things. There's no creatures. There's actually literally nothing about the game that has anything to do with Hearthstone. But hey, it's Reynad, so let's call it a Hearthstone clone. You know, for 4 years, that's kind of been the go-to. So. Can you go face? You can only go face. It's like Hearthstone where you can't misplay. I'm going to go ahead and keep upgrading my food. I want this burrito to be stacked. The background is the only thing Hearthstone-y. Yeah, which is like, you know, fucking sue me. There's a portrait on top and bottom. It's like they didn't invent that. Like, but yeah, you know, I agree, right? There's like things in the corner, and I get why it looks that way, but mechanically, there's like nothing. Like, I don't know, it couldn't be less Hearthstone-y. and people are still gonna call it Hearthstone-y. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. The bubbles look so satisfying. They are so satisfying. They're so fun to pop. And sometimes you get a huge one. Woo! Big bubble. Give me a big one. Give me a big one. It's hard to get. Ah, there we go. Anyway, yeah, they're fun. So I kind of want like a lot of the toys to be stress relievy that way, you know. I don't know if the dummy fulfills that condition right now. Slingshot. It's like one of the first toys we had in the game, so it might be one of the more scuffed ones. Dummy sucks. Come on. Any plans to release the Bazaar in China? Well, they I'd certainly would like to. You know, China's a bigger market than the rest of the world combined for Hearthstone. So I can't like say it's unimportant. But, you know, the Communist Party doesn't like blockchain very much. They ban it every other month. See how that's been going for them. But yeah, I don't know. It's just going to depend on their policy. We'd certainly like to be in China. Will there be bad cards in this game to give players that pleasure of using underpowered strategies? It's like... some game elements are inevitably bad in whatever system you put them in. Because like if every card had a power level, it's always going to fall on a bell curve like anything else, right? So there's always going to be something on the left side of that bell curve that's like, oh, this is weaker than the other 500 cards in the game, but something like inevitably has to be there. But the goal here is not that like cards are like better or worse than each other. The goal is that they all have their place and they're all like contextually powerful. So depending on your build, you know, an item might be broken one game and useless the next game. So it's more about like finding emergent synergy. And we're trying some stuff with Lickit right now. He gives you some candy, which is cool. And they're kind of like quest items. Like if you can use them enough times, they go off and give you a permanent buff, which is pretty cool. Let's get super syrup. I want to heal up a bit. Maybe a couple times even. Ooh, food cart's strong. Oh, I want food cart. It's not like broken or anything. It's just a pretty solid item. I've had it a lot of times early. It's pretty strong. I mean, if I'm being honest, I kind of want to get rid of my super syrup. Yeah, screw my quest item. Yeah. I mean, it's just right. I'm more of like a food aggro build. I'm trying to feed them quickly. Are the Indiegogo backers cards going to be in the game? Yeah, a lot of them actually already are in one way or another. Not all of them ended up being cards. Some of them ended up being monsters or encounters, but all of them are in the game, yeah. Like last run, I used the gavel. One of the Indiegogo backers, I think his name was Judge or something. or something like that. Yeah, anyway, why did he want a gavel? I don't even remember. It's been so many years. But yeah, I know the gavel's in. Stu was an indie backer. Lord Arkin, the giant Triceratops guy I fought, that was an Indiegogo backer. There's a Cosmic Rock. That bird was also an Indiegogo backer. So there's like a lot of them in here. The art for them is done. Yeah. When you use a meal, gain 2 speed. I love speed scaling. Pretty much always pick it up. I'm concerned the artwork is too sexy and the game will be banned in Korea. Same. Kind of different play styles are there? I mean, there's a lot. Too many to list. Depends on the build. Do you mind explaining how combat works? Yeah, you click on a monster or a player to start a fight. And then you don't do anything. It's just an auto battle. So, and all of your items basically have a cooldown, or most of them have a cooldown. So they do stuff like that. Every 7.3 seconds, this is gonna do stuff. Every 5 seconds, this is gonna do stuff. And you also have player stats, which affect how your items work. So like in this case, I have 10 speed, because coffee is giving me 10 speed. So coffee's making all my items charge faster, basically. Can you pre-order the game? Not right now. We might open something up for that, but yeah. Also, you know, it's a free-to-play game. You guys will all be able to just download it for free once it's out. So I wouldn't worry about not getting in or anything. It's real money only used for cosmetics. We're not selling power, so that's a pretty important tenet of our monetization. You're mostly buying status, so. And I think the games industry has proven that to be the more sustainable model over time. Alright, let's fight Rust Monster. We can take him. I think I just want his money. Any plans for a control type build that wants the game to go to the Sandstorm phase? That is definitely a thing. Yeah, there's lots of builds that do that in the game already. I mean, I could do one like next run. You know, I could do a controlling build if you guys want to see what that looks like. So we're gonna heal up again. It's the end of the day. It's another player fight. Ooh, do I want to buy a cheese wheel? Fuck the cheese wheel. Ooh, butter's broken. So butter makes all the meals charge 20% faster as a passive. It's pretty good. Yeah. I can't wait for the compression thing to be undone so you guys can see the higher resolution art. It really does look a lot better when it's high res. Not that it looks bad here, it's just... once I got used to the higher resolution images and then these just look blurry to me now and I'm like, ah. The 2D art really is exceptional, so we want to like show it off the most. How do you get the rare items in your item pool? I thought you would have to buy packs. Well, how do you get the rare units in an auto battler? You don't buy booster packs. You just draft them in the middle of the game. So our game works the same. You know, if I own the character, then I can just go on an adventure in the Bazaar as that character, and then all of his cards show up. We have this good, like, meal income thing, which is kind of neat. Let's fight Frost Street Challenger. He freezes a bunch of stuff, but I don't have weapons, I just have food. So he's pretty easy to kill. Does the mobile version require a completely different UI? Not really. I mean, so our game is built in Unity, and it lets you basically export a PC build like as a mobile build pretty easily. So, like, we already have like mobile builds that we've been playing that, you know, and that's just like the same game on a mobile device, right? Same UI, everything, and it mostly works. But there's definitely going to need to be changes that make it a little smoother to play. And so yeah, the mobile UI will be different, but not drastically. You know, the game as is pretty mobile friendly, and a lot of the mechanic design is like keeps mobile in mind. You know, like the toys are like mostly going to be one button games, so they're not like worse on mobile. The skills, there's only like 4 of them, right? Because if we had like 20 of them, like Slay the Spire or whatever, like infinite artifacts, that's not very mobile friendly either. So it's, you know, like the number of game elements are pretty minimalist. But I don't know. I think a lot of like what you want to do for mobile just aligns with good design anyway. So it's not really like a sacrifice or whatever. Kind of want to buy this dragon melon. But I'm not sure what to sell. Screw it. Let's get some money. Every time somebody asks me what the release date is, I delay the game another 5 minutes. Just a heads up. We're slated for a 2055 launch right now. Just a couple decades to go, boys. Buy some cake. Alright, let's fight Gulch a few times. But just think of the polish. Exactly. Will the term shiny be universal to all items? There'll probably be some naming changes. But there's no art in for shiny items yet, so we've just called them shiny by default. Average match time? Depends what you mean a match is. The fights are all less than a minute, usually less than half a minute. Should we get 6 gold or should we do it again? I'm just gonna take 6 gold. I'm happy with that. I'm not greedy. Writ Agent of Chaos. I'm gonna go to him just for extra health. Oh, ice cubes are really strong. Oh, I really want ice cubes, but I want to heal as well. Maybe ice cubes are better than healing. So the thing is, I have these 2 low cooldown items, and ice cubes freeze things, which is pretty good, especially late game, if you can freeze a good item of theirs. It's also an ingredient. Every time I get an ingredient, it buffs this thing a little bit permanently, which is cool. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I feel okay about this build. Is this a game I can play on the toilet without feeling stressed out? Definitely. It is the least stressful auto battler because there's no turn timer. You can just take as much or as little time as you want. You can walk away anytime, jump back in. Pretty comfortable for streaming too, because you can like talk to chat whenever, you know, it doesn't like demand all your attention at all times the way some games do. So no, not like Super Auto Pets, like the Bazaar, which Super Auto Pets copied. The Bazaar is nothing like Super Auto Pets. Super Auto Pets is sort of like the Bazaar. Will you be the guy's baiting? Yeah, maybe. What's the most important thing you've learned from this whole game dev process? I mean, you got to be a little more specific with the question. Like, important in what sense? I learned important stuff about like game design. I learned important stuff about building a company, about hiring, about politics, blockchain. There's a lot of lessons I've learned over the 4-year process. I don't have some sort of like universal importance scale. Like, it just depends on what the goal is, and then what's important just depends on that. You said the damage carries over on Lord Arkan. Does it work on Drain as well? Right now it doesn't, or it does work on Joy as well. Lord Arkan only saves his damage, not his Joy. But it's possible it should save both. This guy's just ice cubed out of his mind. Too easy. This is actually a really hard enemy if you have normal weapons, because every time you hit him, he makes jellyfish. And then every time you hit him, you also get dazed, which triggers all the jellyfish. So he just like poisons you to death. Like the build I had last game would get wrecked by this guy. But this game I'm just like feeding, so it's pretty good against him. Oh, we'll go buy more health. Let's see what Nufu has. We're trying some skills that like work during the sandstorm, like this one. I'm not sure where we'll end up on those. But I mean, this is going okay. It's not, I mean, it's not a bad build by any means. I really like Mini Fridge, but my build is just pretty solid. It's hard to justify, like, ooh. Hot Potato's pretty sick. Man, like, I want Hot Potato, but I don't want to get weaker for this fight just to get it, you know? Nice thing about having a small item is that I have this skill which says my small items speed me up. Should we just get rid of food cart? Alright, I'll get Hot Potato. Now this might be a bad call, we'll see. But I have a couple extra lives to play with, I can take the risk. I haven't tried the new Yu-Gi-Oh game though, but a lot of people have been talking about it. Yeah, I've been wondering why. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh is like my first card game, and I loved the show, and I loved trading in school for the cards, but holy shit, I don't know anyone that liked the gameplay. like Yu-Gi-Oh is cool, I'm all about Yu-Gi-Oh, but playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Ugh, who wants to do that? I have standards, Konami. Like, design-wise, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a single decision that we made the same as them. It's like... Their live service model was power creep. They, like, maximize text on every card effect. All synergy is parasitic. It's, like... It's real time. You need real time matchmaking. It's everything about it. All right, we're gonna make treats, I think. Actually, no, I'm gonna buff my food. So I don't know if we can feed Lord Arkan. 8,000 health is just too much. I'm gonna die. Let's buy more food. Okay, giant lollipop's pretty sick. So it's really low cooldown, which is pretty good with ice cubes. I don't exactly have the space for it, and it's not a small item. Yeah, I'm not sure. Should we sell the potato for the lollipop? Yeah, let's do it. So this has 4 seconds, 3 seconds. So these two are the ones I want next to the ice cube. You guys were asking if positioning matters. Here's like a case, you know, like ice cubes wants adjacent items. So you want to put your low cooldown stuff next to it. We could go to Ifrit. He gives you a scythe if you can kill him, which is a pretty good item. But it does normal damage, and the rest of my build does food. So I'm a little torn. Let's just see if we can get something else. I need to buff this card. I kind of want Cornucopia. It's pretty good. It scales well. But it's hard to justify because I've already buffed a lot of my items. Yeah, my build is kind of past the point of like me wanting to swap stuff out all the time. Somebody asked about backer. Like when we did an Indiegogo campaign, some of the highest tier backers like helped design cards and characters for the game. So Cosmic Rock was one of those. One of my long-term subs backed the game and he had like a really specific vision for this bird. It was going to be more of like a companion, I think, at the time, but it's... Will this game have an auto-battler? I mean, the game is an auto-battler, so I'm not sure how to answer that question. Have you ever got mad at this game? Not really. Part of it's because like so much stuff is in flux, and you know, it's not like there's millions of people on the server, so I'm not like overly invested in my rank yet. And it like resets all the time, right? This is the dev server, so stuff changes on here every day. This is like the dev branch. It's not, you know, it's not even like a... I'm showing you guys kind of the roughest behind the scenes builds, just to kind of give you an idea. Ooh, okay. I'm glad I rerolled once. Lollipop upgrade, we take those. When are you going back on Shark Tank? Never. They never aired my episode. It's pretty annoying. Fuck them. They're lost. Are you nervous about the launch? I mean, parts of it, but overall, not really. You know, like I don't really give a shit if you guys like it. I like it. I'm really confident in the product. That's like the only reason I've been able to hire away like really good staff from other companies, right? Like the designers like play it and they're like, oh shit, I see where this is going, and then like, yeah, I want to be a part of this project, and that's really like validating. So I'm not too like concerned about reception. Like 4 years ago, yeah, sure, I definitely was a lot more than now. I feel pretty good about it though these days. Meal items charge 30% faster. Pretty busted. Yeah, I'm really strong. These are like really low cooldown items now. I mean, we could farm more money or we could try to get more triples. I guess I'll try to get more triples. I'll go fight monsters if I see some that pay like 10 gold or something. Maybe 7. Is 7 enough? Let's go to JJ again. Alright, we gotta get... Can I kill this guy even? 2,000 health we have to feed? I don't know if I can kill him. $2,000? I think he's gonna kill me, but fuck it, we'll see. The art on Landscraper got bugged in this build. That'll get fixed next week. Does the game have lore? It does, yeah, it has a lot of lore. You guys will see a lot of that play out through transmedia stuff. You know, the really cool thing with the Bazaar is it's kind of designed to be a transmedia IP. So, you know, if things go well, the plan is definitely, you know, let's get a Netflix series out. Let's get a fucking theme park, merch. Let's do it all. Do you have a release date ready? Yes. Kind of want sorbet. Freezing is really strong, I feel like. But I don't want to get rid of my heavily upgraded item to do it. So we'll just heal a bit. Get pocket change. All I'm really interested in at this point is like upgrading my items more than anything. It's hard to justify swapping them out because I've been upgrading them a lot, so they're pretty strong. Maybe one more time. Come on, give me an upgrade. Fuck. Alright, screw it. Let's just go fight. No! Okay, I thought we were going to get all defaults. My rank's getting too high. We got to make a new account. We got to smurf. And then we'll get opponents again. We just got this build a couple days ago, so some of the later day builds haven't like saved as many ghosts yet. It's not as many people make it that far. A 50 burn. I'm just burning to death. Every half second taking 50. Pretty good. Reynad, who's the best Bazaar player in the world? It's me or Morguloth. I think Morguloth is probably the best player right now because he has way more hours than me. I'm pretty good though. I mean, if we were to launch it and it had ladder, I'm very confident I could get rank 1 in the world like pretty quick. But I don't know how that all plays out because our matchmaking is like pretty different from. You can't like compare it 1-to-1 with something like Hearthstone, right? Like Hearthstone, you get matched against a random chode that's your rank, and then it's like you and that guy play for 40 minutes or whatever, half an hour. And then this game is like you opt in to an opponent and you fight their ghost, and then based on the MMR differential, you rank up or down if you won or lost. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to like visualize how that plays out at high ranks until we see it. I think it'll be like Hearthstone, where people just keep queuing runs and going for like a good streak to get to the highest rank, but we'll see. I do kind of want to upgrade an item again. I want to upgrade one of my like cheaper items because it's hard to see them again later. Let's upgrade this burrito. Oh, these upgrades suck. I can make it fire. I can make it a spicy burrito. Alright, I guess I'll do plated. Buy some speed. Alright, Pole only has big items, so we can upgrade the lollipop again. Normally, when you lick the lollipop, it loses a joy, but the tempered one stays the same, which is cool. Mossy or tempered? We're like on the last day. We're not going to have that many more fights. I'd rather just have it be tempered, I think. All the shiny and fancies are like very much in development. I'm sure a lot of those will look different by the time we launch. I'm pretty happy with my skills, so I don't really need to go to Nufu anymore. We could fight sparring partner, but food builds don't really scale the damage they do that well. The reason my build's strong is like the disruption mostly. My build's a little cheesy. I try to like freeze them and then food them quick, but basically I don't think I'm gonna kill sparring partner that many times, so I'm just gonna go to JJ. Nothing that good. Let's fight more stuff. Get more gold. In this build, we got new shipwreck art, which is pretty cool. I thought this looks really cool. The more I see this game, the more interesting it looks. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about it. It's like the more you play it, the more like, I don't know, the deeper it gets. It's really is an everlasting gobstopper. You know, because in designing it, right, we thought like I knew I would have to stream the shit out of it, right? And like, you trust me, you don't want to stream most games because most games are not meant to be played 8 hours a day. So it's like, it was really important from day one to make this replayable, and that's always been a big focus. So that's kind of a nice thing, you know. It's like the longer you play it, the more you enjoy playing it, and I think it'll be really good for player retention. I want to get a meat tenderizer because it's like the cooldown reduction's pretty good, but it's not worth selling any of these, I don't think, to get it. Maybe one more roll. Just give me a burrito. Fuck, I'm out of here. Fight Dan again. You don't make inputs during the fight. So why do auto battle fights have to be real time? But yeah, Crazy Carnadian, if you're interested in how the matchmaking works, I recommend checking out the YouTube videos around it. What is the design reason for counting up to 2,000 instead of down from 2,000? I don't understand the question. The reason my damage counts up is because it's not damage, I'm using joy. I'm a chef character, so it's like a different... It's my character's thing, counting up. Most classes just have normal weapons that do normal damage, and then the health goes down. My class could have a mix of both, and if they meet in the middle, the opponent dies. So Infernal Dreadnought's pretty hard, because every time you use a weapon, he burns you for 10, which kills you real quick. But I don't have weapons, I have food, so get fucked. There's like there's some special events for the characters too. For example, Jules is a mom, and so you can, well, you can get a few different things. You get an extra life, but we don't really need one. It's the last day. I'm gonna get some extra armor, because why not? Alright, let's go to Deborah, reroll some events, and figure out where we want to go. I'm pretty full on items. I don't even remember what's at the street festival. Let's take a look. I can get a random item, or I can upgrade some stuff, or I can fully heal. Sure, I'll take a little speed. Ooh, let's get a triple. Strawberry's pretty good. Ooh, strawberry's really good with tempered lollipop, actually. And I really like strawberry, but I don't know if I want to sell coffee for it, you know? Screw that. I'm just trying to get one item that I already have so that I can upgrade it. Okay, I'll take another ice cube. So now my ice cube does what? Oh, there's a localization problem, so it's hard to tell. I could buy some armor. Let's go find some merchants. Buy some speed or something. Yeah, I'm just going to go to Clockmaker for the last encounter. Spend all my money on speed and then call it a day. I feel pretty good about where we ended up. I mean, this is like... It's a decent build. I don't know. It's not as broken as some of the late game builds can get. So, I don't know if we can win. I've been fighting this Dan a lot. Maybe let's fight Vanessa. See what happens. The ranking differences don't mean a lot just yet. It's just designers playing mostly, trying stuff. We're playing against a lighthouse build, so he's burning me a lot here. That's what's doing all the damage to me. So every half second I, take 30 and then it ticks down. And see, like, we got close to killing him. I burned out. Fuck. I needed this to go off one more time. It's close. Couldn't quite feed him to death. Unlucky. Burn seems crazy. Yeah, well, that was like a really good late game burn build. And also, like, I'm a pretty like low health character, so I was kind of vulnerable to it, or at least like lower health than other ones. And yeah, burn stacks crazy fast. So why no Hearthstone? Oh, you know, I've only been working on this game for 4 years, but yeah, let me fucking stream Hearthstone. Yeah, let me stream a worse game on purpose so I could promote my competitors. Yeah, good call. Fuck Hearthstone. That's why I know Hearthstone, because I have taste. How much time do you have? Like, how many reasons do you need for why I'm not playing Hearthstone? You know it's 2022, right? I'm gonna go take a leak. I'll be right back. Thanks for being patient, guys. Okay. Sorry if you answered this question before. Can players pause fights to read what the items do? In this build, well, in this build you can actually. In the future, you'll have a chance to do that, yeah. It won't be by like pausing a fight in the middle. The fight is going to start paused, and then you can read stuff, and then you hit go whenever you want, and then it plays out. Yeah, sorry about being a little unresponsive to stuff. I've been kind of, man, I'm like so out of practice with streaming, and like the multitasking part of it is kind of one of the things I get rusty on every time, is like bouncing between, you know, like chat and the game. But I appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out here. Could do another run. What should we play? I don't think you guys have seen Stell yet. I'd love to play Mac. His cards aren't in here yet, though. Dooley has a few, but not enough to play. This animation needs to get fixed. I like Pygmalion a lot. It's probably my most played class. I'm just always down. But you guys have seen a lot of that, so I'll play a game of Stell. get back to doing normal damage. So right now, every class is a different playlist. We're still figuring out if the music should be like a cosmetic that you can own and trade and stuff. Same, you can equip whatever soundtrack you like the most. But yeah, right now in this build, it depends on which character you're playing. So right now we're playing Stealth, so this is like the Stealth playlist. Anyway, when you take off, if this item's cooldown is greater than 3, reduce it by 1. So Stealth's pretty complicated right now. A lot of her items are wordy, and it's a lot of like managing this altitude number. And but I like the direction it's going. Like, it's gotten more fun over time to play. I think it'll just keep getting better. Farming vitamin D, I see. Nah, I just have some blinds that are... Should we get the popsicle? Let's get barricade. 10 armor. Armor's pretty cool. It basically means at the start of each fight you get that much shield. So it's good if you're going to PvE a lot. When you use a vehicle in the rightmost slot, burn equal to the day count. I think that's going to be better than the speed gaining thing, because I already have a vehicle. Battle drone is a vehicle, so... and I have to keep them in the rightmost slot, so let's try that. Let's go ahead and fight this guy too, because I think we're gonna want to get some money. I want to like unlock a slot and buy a couple more items. So Battle Drone's thing is it like gets faster when you take off and land, and I'm gonna look for some items that let me do that. First, I need to get items that give me altitude, but then I need items that take away altitude, so I can like take off and land a bunch over and over. That's kind of how you go off with him. Coconut crab. Yeah, let's fight the crab. Coconut crab finally has art, which is cool. This guy looked like a little goblin forever. Finally looks like a crab. We're very excited. He gets some shield when he drops below half health. He does look sick. I'm glad you like him. I like coconut crab too. He's fucking me up actually, but we got him. Since the game is async PvP, do you think it'll hurt cosmetic sales? Since the game is async PvP, I think it'll have 10 times the players it otherwise would, and I think that will overall help cosmetic sales. I'm gonna go to form. It's not just about like what items you get, it's about how you upgrade them. So I could get some armor here at this guy, or I could upgrade my items. I'm gonna spend 2 gold to give 8 damage to this thing. Spend a gold to heal up here, and ooh, hang glider's cool. It doesn't do anything for me yet because I don't have a way to gain altitude, so its ability won't work because I have no altitude to spend. But it might be pretty good at scaling. I'm gonna buy it anyway, even though it's not going to do anything, and I have to sell my item, which makes me weaker to get it. I'm going to do it because it has synergy with this battle drone. It's a way to make me lose altitude. So he actually started at 20 health, didn't heal before the fight, which is interesting. Basically just decided like, okay, I'll intentionally lose the first fight. Sometimes players do that, it's rare. Yeah, the game will be free to play. And yeah, I agree, some of the transitions and stuff are slow right now. It'll speed up. I mean, it's really like as fast as I want to play it is how it actually works. It's like, you know, if I want to speed run this, you know, we can do that. But I'm kind of like talking through decisions I'm making and why a little bit more. Is there any benefit to losing early? Not really. But sometimes you pick up like a bunch of scaling stuff that's like really good long term, and you just know like there's no build you're really going to beat, and maybe in that case it's better not to waste money healing up, you know, which is kind of why he started that fight at 20 health, just to save 1 gold basically, which is smart, you know. It's definitely not like a regular play pattern that you want to like throw fights, but sometimes you want to like save money instead of healing up, because you know you're probably going to lose anyway. What separates the game from other auto battlers? It's the only one that is comfortable to play on a cell phone because it's asynchronous. I would argue it's the only one that's comfortable to play at all because it's asynchronous. The biggest difference is mechanically. In other auto battlers, everybody drafts from the same card pool, but in our game, it's every class has its own card pool. So it's like you're drafting different TFT sets against each other, sort of. It's like, so that's like pretty radically different. There's just way more content in this game. There's like orders of magnitude more content in this game. And then all of those games, your drafting phase is like a fucking row of 5 units, and you just hit reroll, 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 reroll. It's like one encounter, right? And our game has dozens of different ones. So there's like different merchants, different monsters to fight, different stores that have different stuff. So there's just like more ways to play this game. I've never tried Observatory before. It also lands. It's a very complicated item right now. It's too many words. It's a lot of localization problems. All the tooltips and stuff will get cleaned up and make more sense by the time it's launched. I'm sure I'll buy an Observatory because it looks cool. Never tried it before. What I really need is a way to make my altitude go up. Like, I could buy these items, but I think we're going to do better. Well, I'm going to buy Blowtorch. We have this ability called Running Hot, so when this goes off, it's going to burn him a little. And burn stacks, so it's good to have multiple burn items, assuming they go off around the same time as each other. Which these will. First time any player's burned, daze them, sure. And I think we need a little bit more money because I really need to start unlocking slots. I've just got some big stuff here. So we'll fight Boiler Room Brawler for some money. I think the monster rewards will get more exciting over time too. We're experimenting, like, some of them just give you gold piles, especially early game. Some of them give you like items or stats or special skills. There's a bunch of different like drops they can have, so. But it's good to have like the simple ones that just give you some gold too. Steam Hose is pretty good, honestly, but I'm just not. I gotta heal. My Observatory doesn't do anything yet. See, now basically I have to make the decision. It's like, do I want to be a little stronger for this fight? Maybe swap out my Observatory. I'll reroll one time. If I can get a small item, I'll use it. Interesting. So this gains altitude. It's my first way to gain altitude, which means that this is going to start triggering. This is kind of like part of the reason I'm a little bit worried about Stell's mechanic, the way it works right now. Because there's this altitude mechanic, and it is very like, there's more of a cognitive load to playing this class than other ones, right? Because you have to like be like, okay, well, cooldown's 4 seconds, so I'm going to use this twice to get to 4 altitude, and then that's 8 seconds in, so then after 9 seconds, this is going to go off and use the altitude, and then, it's just like more like in your head numbers management than I would like. But some players like that, and it is like rewarding to play a class that's a little bit harder and do well with it. So let's try this out, see how it does. We actually got it. I mean, we gain altitude, we use it. I don't know if this build works. We're gonna find out, I guess. So the cooldown goes down to 6.4. And my opponent just has a bunch of like strength and basic stuff, which will beat me down eventually, but I don't know, battle drone's just kind of getting them. The cooldown keeps getting shorter because we keep taking off. No, the bow got me. Fuck. It's okay. It's good that we got birdcage. I think it goes up in value every day. I've always loved your takes on design philosophy, and I'm super excited for this game. I'm also surprised by your implementation of the joy mechanic. Damage counting up instead of down seems like a pretend mechanic mirroring damage. Just makes it randomly swingier matchups. Yeah, it seemed fun, so we're trying it, so that's the reason we're... Anyway. Let's see, Gulch's Dive. How many Gulches can we beat? Can we beat 2 of them? Maybe. Let's try. Oh, fuck. You got eels? Yeah, eels are gonna mess me up, actually. I'm optimistic, though. I think we can get him. I don't know if it's worth like fighting him again, though. I really feel kind of weak still. What do the days do? At the end of every day, you fight another player, and they just kind of keep track of where you are in your run. There's 10 days max right now. What's the face hunter of this game? I guess it's like strength builds. Vanessa, probably. There's a bunch of like aggro strategies you can do. But yeah, like the most like basic, you know, level 1 strategy is like just get a bunch of weapons and some strength and hit them fast and hard. And it works. It's pretty strong right now in this build. I actually think we have to nerf it a little. Fuck you, Gulch. Should have fought the crab. Can I even take the bee? It's gonna be real close. We're gonna fight the bee. The day's visual effect is gonna change. It covers up the portrait a little too much right now. Not gonna lie, I'm hyped for this noodle. No, I'm glad. You know, I think it will be the best card game on the market when it's out. I'm pretty confident. Kind of want to get more cake, but I also want to just farm money, you know. Fuck it, we'll get more cake. And then we'll farm a little money. Can't wait for the paper version. I've played the paper version. This game started as the paper version. A lot of dice. How many players in a lobby? Infinite. There's no lobby. There's no time limit. This will be on every platform. But yeah, initially on PC and mobile. Yeah. This is not a card game. Yeah, tell that to all the people calling it a Hearthstone clone for 4 years. So. We actually don't use the word card anywhere in the game. I want to get this airplane glue, but I don't want to sell an observatory to get it. Okay, we're just going to try to run it. Thanks, Harshman. Yeah, no, I agree that the 2D art's amazing. It's going to look even better by the time the game's done, because all the missing assets are going to be done, and the upgraded cards will look different, and they'll be, like, animated if you own the premium version, right? And then the compression issue will be gone, so everything will just be, like, crispier and higher resolution, and, you know, there should be ways to, like, look at the full art like Runeterra does. It'll be cool. Birdcage goes up in value every day, which is pretty neat. Different heroes have different skills that they can use. So, like, Stell can upgrade her items, which is pretty cool. Like in this case, I can upgrade my battle drone. Yeah, and then we can go and I guess fight a couple more enemies. I gotta make room on my board, start unlocking stuff. Maybe I could find a better use of altitude too. I think this is the first build that Observatory's been in the game, which is cool because I love the art. But yeah, the effect is too complicated and too underpowered right now, I think. Just how a lot of cards start. But did you ever try a build with a bench? Yeah, we thought about benches. They do some good things because, like, in theory, they encourage you to churn out your build, but it's not worth the UI trade-off, I think. But you can't, like, tell that to a player because players just want more fucking features because they don't understand the trade-offs that exist. So it's, you know, yeah, mobile would be scuffed with a bench. PC would be scuffed with a bench. I'm already not happy with how small the cards are. I almost, like, would, you know, I wish they were bigger still than they are here. But yeah, you introduce a bench to this, and it's like, and there's, like, UI workarounds, but none of them are worth it, I think. Yeah, this is just clean, you know. You have a certain amount of slots, and fucking fill them, or don't. Will the Bazaar show win rate and stats per class for players? There's definitely going to be a lot of stats visible in the game. I mean, actually, right now in the build, they're already in there, a lot of them. But we're probably not going to show win rate, just because I think it's a bad stat to show because it discourages people from playing. I kind of want to, like, encourage people to try high risk, high reward stuff, not discourage them, you know. When does a game end? What determines a win or loss? So if you run out of lives, you die. So here I can die 2 more times. I have 1 extra life, and then The other way it ends is if you get to day 10. We're going to change that ending, I think. But yeah, right now there's 10 days. So if you just survive all the days, the run ends. But we're not going to ship with that, I think. Because there's some issues with it. Like you don't get rewarded for having extra lives and stuff like that. So we're already talking about some pretty cool things to make that even more exciting. But ooh, we don't have much gear. I wanted some spicier items. Alright, it's the last time I'm... Oh. Yeah, Asker Observatory. We'll try cannon. I don't know if it's any good. We'll give it a try. I don't have a single clue what's going on, but it looks so good. Thanks, man. That's you know, it's a card game. It's like, yeah, like first time you look at Hearthstone, it was like the same thing, right? It's like, yeah, if you haven't played it, you don't know what the cards do, and then it's like unless I mouse over them, you can't read them, right? Because the Twitch extension isn't ready yet, so it's like. But yeah, we'll get there. Everything it needs will be ready on launch later this year. And yeah, I'm confident you guys will love it. Like right now, it looks like a good game, and it's like better than what people expected at this stage, which is like cool. But it's like it's gonna, you know, blow people's dicks off when it comes out. Like it's gonna be way better looking than people expect it to be. The gameplay's gonna be better than people expect it to be. We haven't even gotten into like the blockchain stuff either, which I'm really excited about. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I kind of just want to farm more money. Lost me at blockchain. Blockchain bad. NFT bad. Krog no need reason. I don't know if I've shown you guys Enclave Weeper yet. Oh yeah, this used to be Leper or something. I think last time we showed you guys the build. It has art now, which is cool. So yeah, I guide the Weeper. I get Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm removes status effects, which is a pretty unique effect in the game. It's like the only item that does that. Any concern about people conceding early and re-rolling looking for a perfect early game? Not in ranked mode. So the matchmaking is like HS Arena where you face enemies who have the same win-loss record. Right now it's you face enemies that have had the same number of encounters as you. So if you're at the end of day 3, they're also at the end of day 3. So you've both had the same number of choices in a run. But I don't think we're weighting it based on record. So like if you've lost twice, I think you can still queue into people with all their lives. Because you've both had like the same number of days, right? And like maybe one of you just chose to pick more scaling options, so you were like weaker earlier. It's like it's not. I don't know that it would be good to match people exactly based on how many fights they've lost. It's like matching Battlegrounds opponents based on who has the closest in health. It's like it doesn't make much sense, I think. Go to the cultist, but instead of joining, I'm going to reroll for merchants. We could buy some stats. I'm going to go to Lux because I think we want like some sort of flagship item to build around. I like Daggerwing a lot. It's a pretty good item. Vortex Cannon's cool, but it's a little, I don't know. Situational, I feel like. Oh, shit. Tether? Weather Machine's cool. I wish the effect was stronger. I think it's pretty underpowered right now. What's the point of showing negative health? I guess is to see like how much you beat them by. Some people like getting big negative numbers. It's satisfying. Tethers is kind of cool. I'm actually going to sell this because it wants me to get a bunch of altitude. I'm going to buy tethers instead. And what I'm going to do is grow my altitude with this and then lower it with tethers. And hopefully that can just make Battle Drone take off a bunch of times. But I don't know that this gains altitude fast enough because this takes 4 altitude to use, but this only makes 2 at a time. Could use rocket drone. I'll take multi-tool. Alright, well. Ooh, Wrecking Ball. Just going to heal up to full because I think we're going to need all the health. And yeah, I mean, Firebomb's pretty good for a last slot. It's a rare item. Burns them for 1,000,000, but it is very slow. I mean, I feel okay with this build. It's not the strongest build I've ever had. Oh yeah, we're gonna get wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. He even has Sunderer. Fuck. This isn't the right art for it. This is the wand art, I think. But yeah. There's a special item you can get from killing a rust monster, which wrecks shield builds. It's kind of cool. We've been able to like insert these like, they almost feel like sideboard items, but you can like introduce them into the game encounters. So the metagame should be able to self-correct. Like if there's some poison build that everyone's trying to get for whatever reason, A, it's really hard to get because there's no like reroll button that's always available to you. But B, you can just go like get ectoplasm, and it gets way better in that meta because more people are poison build. And like, yeah, if everyone's doing shield build, you can go get Sunderer. So that's kind of cool. It's nice for people to have options. I want to kill Oasis Guardian, because if you beat him, you get his skill, which is regeneration, which is pretty cool. But he is really fucking strong, and I'm worried he's going to wreck me. But we have Ectoplasm. He does most of his damage through poison, so maybe he's beatable. He's like all the old Mac items we put in the game back in the day. It's like the only monster that has them. This isn't like the original Mac design. It was just like, yeah, give everything poison. But that's from like a year and a half ago or something. Do you play people who are currently playing the game, or can you play the ghost of a deck that was created like a year ago? Right now we wipe them periodically, so all the opponents are like from today, basically. They're all ghosts, but it's like ghosts from today. It's dangerous to have ghosts that are too old because the game is going to have patches and some of the cards get like changed over time, right? They get buffed or nerfed. So if you run into a ghost that has like a broken old item, I don't know, maybe the rules should just be like, it's preserved in its old state. The way it works right now, if you update an item, it also updates it on old ghosts. So that's like why we don't do a lot of that. We do a lot of item updating. We just also wipe ghosts when we do usually. So. Will there be specific animations for cards during battles? Yeah, some items are going to have unique effects. Visually, it's one of the biggest things that's going to change about the game between now and release, is there's going to be way more visual effects. Right now, a lot of them are just using the same thing, right? Like, Battle Drone is using, like, this shoot effect, which is just, like, a little... It's not that big of an effect yet, you know? But yeah, the VFX are going to come a long way. There's going to be a lot more of them, more transitions. It's going to be more immersive. And it's hard to, like, really explain to you guys how much better it's going to look by the time it launches. It'll look much better. Not that it looks bad now. Right now it looks great, but it's going to look, like, much better. But I've been saying that for, like, years, you know. So... But yeah, like, I've seen the mock-ups, and it's going to be much better. I'm pretty much just relying on Firebomb right now to beat him. Is it possible to not run into a player if you queue right after the wipe? That will be a thing, but we're going to have default ghosts, like staff-created ghosts, loaded up. So players won't run into that situation where they're just fighting like default. Like right now there's only one default ghost. It's like Vanessa at 100 health. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of like staff ghosts at every day with every class. And then it's... How many devs for the game? I mean, depends what you define as a dev. Tempo in total, including everyone, like employees, contractors, everyone working on the project, is about 70 people right now. Designers is like 6, 5, 6, something like that. But it'll, you know, we're staffing right now pretty aggressively, so I think it'll be up to closer to 200 people by the end of the year. Which is kind of why, like, I mean, it's like, you guys really have to see it to believe it, but, like, it's really going to be, like, proper AAA. Like, Hearthstone's going to look like a fucking Flash game next to this. That's not really a fair comparison. I mean, Flash games were fun, but... Alright, I'm going to get rid of this tethers. I'm going to buy this radar dome. Except I'm broke. Maybe I sell multi-tool. Alright. Alright, who are we going to fight? Radar Dome gives me regeneration, which is like crazy healing. But it's not very useful against Jules. But I think he's not food Jules. I think this is the weapon Jules run. Based on his skills that I'm seeing. So let's try fighting Jules. Yeah, he's all normal damage. So basically, if Radar Dome can go off before I get wrecked, then we're going to beat him. But if it can't, then we're going to lose. So we have 10 altitude, 12 altitude. Okay, so it went off, which means I got a bunch of regen. So now I'm healing 14 per second. But he's still outpacing that with damage, you know. If it can go off a second time, or... Okay, we just killed him. Nice. Alright. I'll take it. We're going to kind of transition. I started as like a battle drone build, and I tried to do the whole takeoff and land thing. I just don't think it's really like a reliable strategy in this build right now. So I'm going to pivot more to like a control build, and we're going to try to fatigue them with Radar Dome, I think. How free-to-play friendly will this game be? I mean, I think it'll be the most free-to-play friendly card game on the market, because we literally don't sell power, and like, you know, You don't need to like buy cards in order to be able to play with them. It's a lot more accessible. I think we can beat Infernal Dreadnought. He just pays so much money. I'm going to try to take him. I could have sold Battle Drone because it's a weapon, which means that every time I use it, it's going to burn me for 10, but I'm hoping Ectoplasm can help get rid of some of that. I really am getting burned to death. But we have a bunch of regen, so I don't know. I think we're fine. Ectoplasm is not working. It's not removing my burn. What the fuck? No, it's bugged. Got him anyway. Well, man, if this isn't working, maybe I just sell it, huh? Let's go to Pole, get a big item. Lightning Rod's cool. Could go for, like, invulnerability. I don't know if it works. Does Lightning Rod work right now? I hope it does. I'll get another Radar Dome. I'm like the Radar Dome build, so let's go big. Tried getting another one. I'm gonna sell this guy, and we're gonna get Lightning Rod. I guess I gotta sell Birdcage too. What else do we have to do? I think more health is good. I just need to survive until my stuff goes off. I need some more, like... I just need items. Okay, let's see. Charge adjacent large items for 2 seconds. That's kind of cool. It's pretty slow, though. I'll get Ice Bomb, I guess. Oops. Sorry about that. Sometimes, like, if I hold down the mouse and I, like, drag a little, it opens that shit up every time. Dev build. Okay, so we could buy more health, or we could just go get more money. I'm gonna need more money eventually. Should I get it now? Let's get it now. I want to see if Lightning Rod even works. Let's see. I don't think there's like an invulnerability visual effect yet. Yeah, I just get like a pink box. Is it working though? Like, am I immortal right now? Or is it done already? I don't know. I wish I knew if this worked, you know? Wasn't Birdcage your source of altitude? It was, but it also has a passive that says at the start of the fight, gain 10 altitude. So Birdcage was giving me like 2 every 4 seconds, but it's like not that much altitude. It had a crazy high value, so I also needed to sell it at some point. I'm wrecked. No. Couldn't get Lightning Rod to go off. I definitely thought I would beat him with a bunch of regen. Surprised his damage scaled so much. Okay, well, we gotta heal up to full here and see if we can... Yeah, balloon towers. Fucking nutty. I don't think this was working, right? Like, I'm just gonna get rid of Lightning Rod. Okay, so we've got a couple houses. I don't love our chances this round because I'm pretty damaged. I'm only starting with like 60% HP. Holy fuck. Yeah, his build is way more linear too. His is just all altitude damage. Yeah, I'm gonna get wrecked. It's also like burst damage, so like regen's just not that good against it anyway. That's okay. Sometimes you get wrecked. That's what bubble cannon's here for. My mental health. Alright, is any of this stuff worth upgrading? What if I just sold all of this garbage and I upgraded my balloon tower because it's nutty? And bought more items. I mean, at this point, we're pretty much looking for anything that gives me altitude, because every time I get altitude, this is going to trigger, which is pretty busted. We have Pinwheel, which I've never used before. It begins channeling when I reach 10 altitude, which is right away. So, I mean, if there's ever a Pinwheel build, it should be good in this one. Ooh. Could try to fight Lord Arkan. Might actually be able to take him if Radar Dome gets off. I'm going to hold off on him now. I want to fill up my board first. Okay, this gives me a bunch of altitude. And it's a vehicle. I can put it in my rightmost slot. So it'll burn him. Which is good, because burning him will daze him. Okay, so we can change our stats, we can upgrade stuff, maximize options. I'm kind of good with anything. I kind of want to just upgrade stuff again. Regeneration equal to your altitude and advance adjacent items 10 seconds. Oh, I definitely want turbo. Yeah, let's just get a faster one. That's awesome. Because like the biggest risk with this is I die before it goes off, right? So I'm gonna go to Nufu a bunch of times. I need to replace my skills. My skills, I got them early game, and they don't really work with my current plan so much anymore. First time you use an item, use it again. Is that worth? Probably. Let's see. When you burn the opponent or get burned, gain 3 altitude. It's very interesting with this skill. Alright, let's do it. So every time this goes off, I'm going to gain 3 altitude, and this is going to trigger again. That seems pretty spicy. I like Flash Grenade a lot. I think you can throw it into pretty much any build. It's just so much dazing. It's like, when your opponent is dazed, it means for that many seconds, their stuff charges half as fast. So one Flash Grenade means for 12 seconds, all their stuff's going to charge at half speed. Which is like probably a little too good right now, but wow, perfect gold, instantly roll balloon tower, because I'm a sack. Feels good, man. Yeah, let's get plated balloon tower. Start shielding up. I mean, I have a couple like crazy rare items, and I don't know, I feel pretty strong. Let's fight Pig and see what happens. What is ammo? Some items have ammo, so they have like a finite number of times that they can get used in a fight. Most items just keep, like, once you use them, they keep going off forever. Like they can keep charging. But in, like Rocket Drone, for example, has 5 ammo, so this effect can only go off 5 times in a fight. After it goes off 5 times, it charges to full, but then it doesn't get used if it's out of ammo. We have 178 regen, so every second we heal for 200 health. This is like pretty good. don't sell out and put NFTs in the game. Keith, you can't even spell NFT, all right? NFT's nuts, motherfucker. I'm nobody even like, yeah, well, whatever. I'm not gonna get baited into the fucking crypto conversation. This is like, I can't believe people are dumb enough to politicize technology. Like, holy shit. All right, let's go to Clockmaker. I'm gonna sell this. Hey, Lord Arkin. All right, let's see if we can beat him with half of a board. I'm optimistic. I think we can get him. If we just get infinite regen going, I don't think he has the DPS to get through that. So, yeah, like, a Radar Dome is actually kind of a hard counter to Arkin in a lot of ways. He's pretty good against him. We have like scaling damage with Balloon Tower over time, so that's pretty cool. All right. I feel pretty good about our 100 regen. Like, the problem is, yeah, we need the Sandstorm to come in. And now it's a question of, does Sandstorm kill me, or does it kill Arkin first? I think it's gonna kill Arkin. He needs to do like a bunch of burst damage when the Sandstorm does like big tick marks, but it's gonna be hard for him to do. Yeah, it's just regeneration versus the world right now. Somebody wanted to see more of like a control build, so here you go. You know, a lot of my fights drag out like this. I don't really have the damage to take him out, but Sandstorm might. Alright, every second I heal to full health. So he needs to deal 600 in a 1 second window. But the Sandstorm's ticking for like 200 right now, so I might die. Probably he's gonna die first though. What a crazy fight. Is there a tutorial in the game? There will be, yeah. I mean, there's actually one implemented right now, but it's all like placeholder, voiceover, and stuff. Okay, so I mean, Eclipse is cool. It uses other stuff, which is neat. Or we can just take a bunch of money. I think I'm just gonna take a bunch of money because, like, I'm broke and I want some small items that help with altitude. I mean, I like aviators. I'm just not really a dazing Andy. Alright. Let's get a bunch of speed, I guess. Ooh. Alright, we'll get some extra health. Okay, altimeter is sick. Every 4 seconds this is going to gain 2 altitude. That means every 4 seconds it's going to trigger Balloon Tower, which is like the dream. Okay, I feel a lot better about my build now. I think we're going to be okay. Let's fight Dan. I feel like I've been fighting against his build so much in the last couple of runs, but that happens sometimes. It's just because there's only a few of us designers on the server, so I run into the same guy a lot. Okay, well, I feel pretty good about this build. It's going to be real hard for anyone to beat. I mean, we're weak to like a lot of burst damage really quickly, but we're insanely good in like long drawn out fights. Because the regen gets crazy, and then the Balloon Tower starts stacking altitude, and this a new game mode, or has the game changed totally? It looks far more interesting than the old version. I mean, this is exactly the game I said it would be like 2.5 years ago. Nothing's changed other than we've added the things we said we were going to add. So, yeah, I don't know. It might look like a different game if you were watching those old videos on mute, but I was pretty clear about all these changes. I don't think any of these are like out of left field. Let's maximize choices today. We need some money. I'm gonna go on a safari actually, because maybe we get a monster with a good skill. And we did, Boss Harrow. Pretty sure we can kill him. He makes non-weapon items charge 50% slower, which is like a huge nerf to them, but it's like a really powerful skill, especially for player fights. So I'm gonna try to get it from him. Nice thing about the Safari event is, you know, like normally you just get gold from killing a monster, but in this case, you get the skill. So. Yeah, let's do that. I want some speed, but yeah, we're gonna go fight this guy. I don't think he'll be able to kill me in time. Yeah, we're fine. We got enough regen that we're okay. It's cool that Plated Balloon Tower gains 1,000,000 shield too. It's just like becomes the world's craziest model ship. The plated version's really strong. Yeah, we'll definitely have a random option for. Somebody said if you do make it so people can choose soundtracks to use, please give us a random option. We definitely will. Yeah, I've actually wanted a random option for all the other cosmetics too. Because that's definitely what I would use, you know. It's fun to like switch between them. When you gain this, upgrade a random shiny item you own. Okay, so in order to afford this, which is like the only one worth buying here, I need to sell something, but I do think it's worth it. Well, actually I don't have a shiny item. Yeah, I don't even have one. There's nothing to upgrade. Ah, screw it. I guess we get a gold then. Definitely gonna fight the district. Like, what this build wants to do is just have time in the fight to scale. Like, if every fight went to Sandstorm, this build would be really happy. Because then you just stack regen, you scale this thing. So, it makes fighting this guy a good idea, because if I beat him, you get Feast of Champions, which is just a bunch of extra max health. Will I be able to pet a dog in this game? If we have a dog toy, absolutely. How would you describe this game? A deck builder / auto battler? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't like the word auto battler. Lots of genres of games have automated battles. It's pretty different from auto battlers, but similarities too, right? Like you can't. It's a drafting game, I guess, is kind of what I call it. But also, I mean, the real answer is I don't particularly give a shit. Like the most common question I get when I stream or when I talk to people is like, "Is blank a blank?" And it's like, who gives a shit? It's like, yeah, it depends how you define blank, and what does it matter what the label is? It is what it is, you know. And it's like, I don't think those are fruitful conversations most of the time, so, you know, that's my take on, and when you go, is it PvP or PvE? It's the same kind of fucking, like, I don't know, man, like, call it what you want to call it, you know. Are you gonna have a Twitch overlay? What do you mean? Oh, like an extension? Yeah, definitely. That'll be important, because, like, I know for you guys, like, the game's gonna have so many crazy cards, like, you need to be able to jump into a stream and then like mouse over something and see what it does, you know, and just get it. Actually, flash grenade's another example of ammo. Somebody asked about ammo. Like, this effect is really powerful, but it only goes off once a fight, right? Unless you find an item that reloads it, and then it can do really crazy shit. And they're just perma-dazed. But we definitely beat the island turtle. It's not too tough. Will you be able to play a game of like 10 days against friends instead of randoms? We definitely want you to be able to play with your friends. It'll probably be another game mode, and I'm not 100% certain if it'll be ready on launch, but it's definitely the goal. We're definitely working towards that, so it's pretty important to us that you can play with your friends. Hey, altimeter. So I could upgrade it, which is maybe right. It's just gonna give me a little more altitude. I'd kind of rather get a separate altitude item so I could be triggering balloon tower more. So the question is, do we take altimeter or do we keep re-rolling? I don't know. I'll take it. Oh, it lowered the cooldown and it made the speed it gives more. So that's actually a lot better than I expected. I'm glad I took it. Okay. Are the opponent's pre-constructed builds previous player builds or a live 1v1? It's previous player builds. So like my build that I'm playing right now, other people will encounter this on day 10. And they have the option of fighting me if they see me. And yeah. So it's asynchronous, but it's other players, and it's their full build, you know. It's not like, it is a pure measure of who drafted better. But you have some degree of control over it too. Like, since you can pick which opponent you want, you can like avoid certain classes, you know, try to like line up a better matchup for yourself. Sometimes I would do this thing, it was kind of cool. This one time I had caltrops, which is like a reactive item. It's like when your opponent attacks you, it hits them. And my build was all in on caltrops. So if they didn't have weapons, I was like fucked. So I would just like farm Vanessa every time because she has a bunch of little weapons. And everybody would lose to caltrops. But I was like, I built like a counter build and then I queued it into a specific class over and over, you know. And that was kind of like, I don't know if it's a good or bad play pattern. We'll see. It was definitely interesting. I had fun. So, what do trophies do? Trophies are a measure of like how many rewards you get at the end of the game right now. So, since you can pick between different opponents, you can pick opponents that are higher rank than you. And if you beat higher rank opponents, you get more trophies. And then at the end of a run, depending on how many trophies you got, you only get trophies if you beat a player. You don't get any if you lose. So, at the end of a run, depending on how many trophies you got, the trophies turn into chests, and then you open the chests and you get stuff. So, do the people whose decks you beat get anything if they beat you? Right now in this build, no, but we have features planned that where you will get rewarded. So like you'll be playing the game, and then you'll get a little like, yeah, you know, like when in Hearthstone, if a friend of yours opens a legendary, and you get like a little pop up that says, you know, your friend opened whatever. Leroy Jenkins. It'll be a subtle pop-up that'll similar to that. It'll be like your ghost beat this guy, and then maybe you get like +1 in-game currency or something. Yeah, and maybe you can click on that notification and watch the replay too. What's really cool is we actually, you know, we can go back in all these runs and like specifically see like what I lost to and how and when. And this, sorry, this they look blurry right now because of the compression. But yeah, like this is like pretty neat. You know, we can go back and I'll watch a fight from earlier, maybe one that's more interesting. There's Jules spamming there. What is going on in this build? Yeah, whatever. Like, I'll play this fight. I don't even know what happened. Or maybe this fight. This is just like the first implementation of the match history thing. So, but yeah, it'll be once all the features are ready. Once the game is launched, it'll be a lot easier to share your fights with other players. So you'll be able to like experience, watch replays, share replays a lot easier. So, and it looks like, unfortunately, this feature is bugged in this build, which sucks because a week ago it worked, but that's game design. So next week it'll work again. You know, I'll restart the game. I even used it like yesterday. I'm surprised it's not working right now. Nah, who knows? The biggest function that isn't the game that you want, the blockchain integration would be the biggest one. What does the rank system look like? It's like still in development, so I don't want to like describe it in great detail, knowing that it's likely going to change. But yeah, you know, it's just tiers. You know, there's like gold, diamond, silver, bronze, whatever. Why didn't this work? This upsets me. Oh, maybe it's because these cards have changed since then. What if I play like a recent fight? Like, what if I replay this one? Yeah, maybe that was the issue. Some of those cards got changed, and then it bugs the replay, maybe. Okay, he has a fancy Lion's Cane. That has lifesteal. Pretty gross. When is the game coming out? When it's fucking ready. This year, though. Definitely coming out this year. You keep mentioning blockchain. Could you at least give us a small hint of how it'll be implemented? No. Because there's no way to, like... yeah, because the speculation works purely against us. And I've gotten punished for sharing ideas in the past. Like I use the Super Auto Pets example, right? Like, they copied our matchmaking from YouTube videos. And it's like, I'm very worried when there's like an arms race of shitty non-game development startup kids trying to make shitty Ponzonomics crypto games. And then like, you know, I don't want to like on stream lay out our plans, which are fucking good and clean. And it is, everyone will copy it and it'll be so fucking obvious after it's done. But I don't want to like do that and then have them copy it and front run us. And, you know, suddenly it looks like I'm copying some, you know, 22-year-old dipshit that's more busy trying to be a Twitter influencer than building a company. But, you know, whatever. Startup culture is so fucking... Ugh. Bad things happen when people like fetishize stuff. There's no reason to be fetishized, you know. Like, how can you get access to beta? You should join the Discord. You should join the subreddit. You should join the social media channels for the Bazaar. And as soon as there's a chance to, you'll hear about it first there. You know, we're also probably going to reward community members that are engaged for longer periods of time. So that's like the only time I'll say that. You know, like if we do, I don't know if we're going to give stuff away in the future, but like if we do, you know, we're definitely going to prioritize existing community members. And there have been a lot of people that have been backing this project from day one, you know, for 4 years. And, you know, we had like a couple thousand people invest like on launch. It's like 4 years ago. So, yeah, whatever. But point is, yeah, the beta is not available today, but if you follow all of our stuff, you'll get in as soon as you can. Can you play this game on a Mac? Yes, yeah. Most weeks we export a Mac build. It's like, you want to know the real answer for platforms? It's like, can you play it on those platforms? Yeah, it's not that hard. We can like go into Unity and export a Mac build, and like you can open it on a Mac and play the game, right? But like, there's a difference between it working on a platform and it working well. Because like, without all the optimization shit, sometimes it gets really laggy when you like for example, we can do the same thing for mobile. I can take this file, this video game, and just put it on a cell phone today, and that's cool. But like, it's not optimized for a cell phone, right? So it's like super resource intensive, and it's going to be laggy for a cell phone if that's all we did is just like export it and leave it at that. So most of the work around like porting it to a platform is, you know, the optimization, optimizing controls, making it less resource intensive in the case of mobile. But yeah, the goal is to be a fully cross-platform game on as many platforms as possible. That's what I think the big lesson from Fortnite was for the AAA game industry. They really pushed cross-play, and that's why they succeeded. Among a bunch of other reasons, you know, just being great execution first and foremost. Any plan to change the fonts? Not really. But every time I've shown the game, people ask about changing the font. Which makes me wonder, is there something wrong with the font? Or is it something that just a small percentage of people care about? Or is it a purely subjective thing that a small percentage of people care about? So no matter what I show, some people are going to want it changed. You know, I don't know. You think it could be more flowery? Yeah, it gets hard to read then, though. You know, I like that this is so like legible. I think we have different font here, maybe. No, it's the same. It's a minimalistic font in an extravagant game. That's fair. That's fair feedback. I mean, it's visually extravagant. I would argue the design is minimalistic too. This is Unity, yeah. It's a bit sharp. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll leave it to the art director. I don't see a problem with it. I remember we had a meeting about it like 2.5 or 3 years ago, and they laid out like a bunch of different fonts. And I remember picking one, which must have been this. And yeah, I don't know. But looks okay. What tool does Unity have for blockchain integration, or is that something that's done with a different tool? Blockchain is a very new thing, and there aren't really good existing tools to work with it. Most of the problems with integrating blockchain involve problems of scale. Games need to handle a huge volume of transactions and inputs, and most blockchains just aren't built to operate at that level of scale yet because they haven't had that many users yet. But yeah, the next wave of adoption for Web3 is definitely going to come from gaming, and it'll be from people like me showing them how to make a consumer-facing product that isn't a spreadsheet for once. So, but you know, it's like blockchains existed for a decade, and there hasn't been one usable product for normal people yet after a decade. Like, fucking imagine, just banking apps and DeFi shit with terrible UX, and it's like there's so much cool stuff you can do with the tech. Like, I'm really excited about it. I'm excited about like fixing a lot of problems that people never talk about, you know? Like, somewhere in my lifetime, it got normalized to start scamming me out of all purchases I make online, which is like, nobody talks about that, you know? Like, it used to be if I wanted to watch a movie, I'd buy like a VHS tape, and it's mine. I can watch the movie. I can lend it to my neighbor when I'm done. I can sell it for $2 at a garage sale. It's my fucking movie. I paid money for it. And now when I buy stuff online, it's like, okay, I want to watch Harry Potter. Let me pay $10 on my Amazon account so I can unlock it for fucking 48 hours. And even if you perma buy it, right, you can't resell it after. You don't own it. You can't lend it to somebody. You've just unlocked access for your account. And this fucking scam is so normalized, and blockchain fixes it for all digital purchases, for all media, cuts out the middleman. And it's like the only one that loses is Bezos, and the winners are the consumer and the company making the thing, or the person making the thing. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. So I hear people like, argue against it, and in a lot of ways it sounds like people arguing against their own self-interest, because there's a way that this tech gets applied, which inevitably it will be, which is just like better for players. Like buying skins in a game is the same bullshit, right? It's like I buy a skin in League of Legends and I don't own it. I can't give it away to anyone. I can't sell it. And despite that, there's a huge gray market where people are selling rare skins by selling the whole account outright. And this happens in all games, like Fortnite, League. It's a huge markets, Long before all these fucking crypto games, I had friends buy houses with like WoW gold farming. I had friends quit their job to play Diablo with the auction house the year that was big. There's people in Venezuela that are farming RuneScape gold because it pays better than the local jobs long before Axie Infinity came out. So it's not like, you can look at the current crypto projects and it's mostly like, I'm not saying all of them everywhere, but for the games, you can look at the current like crypto project games, right? And most of them are like Ponzonomics bullshit on top of a terrible game. And then it's like, they're very like fixable problems, But I do think like all other things created equal, if I'm buying like the same asset and it's the same user experience, if I have two options for buying Harry Potter, I'm always going to buy the one that I own instead of the one where I'm unlocking it on my Amazon account. Like all other things created equal. Same movie, same price, same UX. And that's why it's like inevitable that this gets adopted, because like the products that integrate the tech that way just have a better value proposition than the ones that don't. So they outcompete the ones that don't. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like you look at the tech today and it's like, oh, well, people are like selling JPEGs for too much and trying to make a quick buck. Well, it's like, yeah, no shit. They're stupid and greedy and short-sighted. So that's like what they're always going to do with new tech. The internet was like 95% porn in the beginning, but you can't like point to that and say like, oh, it's all porn, therefore the underlying tech is bad. It's like illogical. It's like, you can make that argument for fucking anything. Like you could cars, It's like, yeah, people can use cars for bad things. It doesn't mean that the notion of a car is bad. Yeah, I don't know. So. Mm-hmm. Perpetual licenses and not being able to own digital purchases is not a technology problem. It's a business decision. You don't need blockchain to fix it. Yes, you do, because otherwise your thing isn't going to be interoperable. Like you can't. Yeah, I don't know. You kind of run into the same problem if you try to do it like in a completely centralized system, right? Like yeah, I could own my movie. Like Bezos could give me like a digital VHS tape that's only tradable inside of his website, but it's strictly better if it's blockchain, because again, it's like I own the thing just like in that other case, except now I can do all this other shit with it. I can take it onto an exchange and sell it for full value. I couldn't do that if that was non-blockchain tech. It's not blockchain, and also like it's inevitable that blockchain tech will get used for it rather than it being done first party, because like to do it without blockchain, you would have to build out all the trading functionality yourself, the marketplaces yourself. Like, but it's like if you just build it on chain, it's like that world exists for you, and now your digital asset is interoperable within it, and that's like pretty cool and a path of least resistance. So. Biggest mistake you've made in development? I'm really glad you say that, Poopy Bum Bum. Yeah. The esteemed Poopy Bum Bum does not like the blockchain idea. Just like every other design decision along the way that's been important, most people are against it, or like, at least in like comments, And then like, yeah, they see it in action and they always come around because, yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I agree with them solely because it's going to cut your potential player base in half because people hate blockchain. Meh. That I disagree with that, and I just think it's completely untrue. I'm not going to like make design decisions based on how Twitter is feeling that month. I think that's an irresponsible way to run your business. People trying to gatekeep blockchain? Nah, they're not gatekeeping it. They're salty they didn't get in early and they feel like they missed the boat. And then when everything 10x's, they'll still feel that way. And then it 10x's again and they still feel that way. And, you know, the hype waves come and go, but it's not fucking going anywhere is my point. You know, you can I don't know. You can be like the settler that's like shaking his fist at the railroad and be like, oh, technology is bad. Or like, you know, you can accept the fact that like trains are happening. Use them and you'll do better. Or don't and don't. People complain about NFTs and then they buy skins on Steam Marketplace or for CSGO. Yeah, it's even like more basic than that though. It's like it's so much more than a marketplace that it opens up. It's some really cool shit. I mean, just think about it this way: like, how many hours do you have in some of the games you've played? Like, you know, some of them, you know, most of us have like one game where we have like 10K hours or like something that you really degen, you know, or even like 1,200 hours or something. And as you play that game, it has some progression system, and you earn all this stuff, all this in-game currency and whatever. And it's like if the game just had a blockchain backend that was abstracted away, so you didn't have to do any of the extension bullshit, like suddenly you're sitting on like fucking value. Like your game account and the assets on it have value, and that's like, I mean, I can't imagine a bigger competitive advantage for a product. Like, play a video game and end up with more money than when you started compared to every other game that's trying to bleed you dry. It's like, I don't know. I think that's I think the advantage outweighs a few angry 12-year-olds complaining about tech that they don't understand, you know. Also, like, hating NFTs is the cool thing. That's like the reason most people do it. And, you know, and most influencers get behind it then because they just, what's the fucking word? Pander. You know, that's how you grow. So it's comfortable to be in the middle of the herd. It's also where you get fleeced. Miss out on opportunity. There's no advantage for the company making the game, which is the issue. That's not true at all. There's a million advantages for the company making the game. A million advantages. I mean, here's like a blunt one, right? Would you rather sell the $5 skin, or would you rather sell the $5 skin plus collect royalties because it's tradable? And you collect royalties every time it's traded. The biggest reason it's better for the company is because companies don't exist in a vacuum. They exist in a competitive environment with all of their competing companies, right? So if I have the video game where people are making money as they play and other people don't, that's a huge competitive advantage for the company. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, like the inevitability, you know, like you can't, yeah, you can ignore the strictly better value proposition, but like only for so long, you know, like eventually customers, instead of just looking at these shitty, unplayable crypto games that exist today, instead they'll have a good product with good crypto integration, and then they start expecting that, you know, it becomes the standard. Companies don't need blockchain to make skills and take a trade. You're so fucking dumb. That's the argument. It's not even that it's wrong. It's irrelevant. Like, even if it was right, it's unrelated to what I'm talking about. It doesn't dismiss what I'm talking about. So, like, why do people bother making that argument? Thoughts on GameStop's NFT marketplace announcement? Yeah, I mean, I know the immutable guys. Yeah, good for GameStop. You know, hopefully it goes well. I mean, every company will adopt it. You know, it's not like it's like the internet. You know, it's not like a political opinion where you're on team blockchain or not. It's not a fucking. It's the fucking next internet, and it's like adapt or die. You know, so like lots of companies are gonna adopt it because it's bad business not to. You said one of the millions of advantages of the blockchain is the company can take a cut. I pointed out that is not a blockchain advantage. It's a question of volume. If you take a cut, you get a percentage of all transactions. So if there's more volume, you make more money. What do you think gives you more volume? Your little fucking trading post in your one app, or all of Web3 and every exchange that exists? Plus your app. It's not a sound argument, in my opinion. I'm against fridges. I think they're useless. Yeah. I've seen bad people do bad things with fridges. All fridges are a scam. I refuse to support any company that owns a refrigerator. Look at these people shilling their... I actually don't even know refrigerator brand. Can I play the Bazaar on my smart fridge? Nah. All smart fridges have delisted NFT games because Twitter people were mean to them. Anyway, yeah, so I don't mean to make it like a blockchain rant every time, but it's an important topic. You know, I'm going to have to talk about it a lot once we actually announce our plan, but what I don't want to do is like try to justify all of Web3 because it's not my fucking job. And also what I don't want to do is like defend a blockchain plan that we haven't announced yet. So when we announce it, people can try to poke holes. But I mean, the important stuff is it's all opt-in. It's not like forced upon you. You know, you're not forced to engage with it. It's just an extra functionality if you want it. And yeah, that's all I really have to say about it. And it's like, yeah, if you happen to... It will also make the in-game progression and rewards more exciting, which I think is cool. So. Have you studied the possibility that the strictly better option is discarded by society? Yeah, people always use the Betamax example. But, you know, it's been around for 10 years and just exponentially growing. So, you know, it's not going anywhere tomorrow. And it's not going anywhere a year from now. And the government's not going to stop printing money, and it's inevitable. Why doesn't Tempo have as much of an esports focus as it has in the past? Since we've mostly been, developing into a product company, less of a service company. So most esports teams are, it's like a worse version of an agency, the way that the business model is. You're basically facilitating brand deals between influencers and brands with a different business model. And we're shifting into more of a product-driven company, which is, I think, a lot more scalable, just a lot smarter. We're just moving up the value chain in gaming, basically. So our focus is more on, creating shows, creating products, creating games. So that's what I'm more interested in. I'm less interested in, connecting energy drinks to whoever's in a popular game that month. It's like, what are the plans after the Bazaar's release? I'm going to let it run for about a week, watch trillions of dollars roll in, and then swim around in a Scrooge McDuck vault for about a month. Then I might stream a little. There's a lot of plans. I'll be pretty active, especially around launch. Are there any books you'd recommend for someone who wants to start their own business and get into finances? I would recommend doing the opposite of book reading. My approach to business is very much decide that you want to do it with any amount of conviction, and then just run your face into the wall over and over. And whether you accomplish the goal or not depends on how many times you're willing to run your face into the wall, how hard you run into it, how good you are at climbing over it eventually, how fast you learn. But I guess if you're serious about starting to run a business, go open a lemonade stand and you'll fucking learn more than reading 10 books about scaling and hiring and whatever. I don't think, but everyone learns in different ways. I prefer doing stuff. I didn't know shit about business when I started business, and that's why I learned fast, because I was doing business instead of learning about doing business. Is there any way we can invest in you? There's been a few windows in the past. One of the cool things about the game being on blockchain is there's going to be a lot of ways for you to be along for the ride, right? Because if you think the game's going to grow in player base, then shit, there's a lot of skins you can be buying and stuff, and there's a lot of playing is more valuable in that world. But yeah, no, right now there's no we just closed the Series B. There's a crowdfunding campaign we did last year, where for a small amount of money, where I think a couple thousand people invested. But yeah, moving forward, we have more than enough funding for game launch and then some. We're comfortably going to launch this thing as the best product in the genre with the best studio in the genre, and it'll be I'm really excited. So, but yeah, as far as investment opportunities, there's nothing today that's open. Yeah. Can you say yet if the game is going to be play to earn? It's another question of, is blank blank? I don't know what the fuck you mean by play to earn. Is World of Warcraft play to earn? Because there's a huge gray market for WoW gold. I don't know. People buy RuneScape gold. Is RuneScape play to earn? Or do you need to go full Ponzi into the crypto games in order to consider it play to earn? In reality, it's a fucking little buzzword phrase. A crypto startup put into a deck. Their company did well, got a high market cap quickly, and now people parrot it to try to sound smart, but it's like, you know, it's like a spectrum. Do you earn assets while you play your game? Is there a path to liquidity for those assets? How low friction is that path to liquidity? I think it's more like a spectrum of like how good is it at playing to earn, or it could be more of a question of like, is the focus of the game to play to earn? Which for our game, the answer is no. The focus is to be the most fun game it can be. So. Are you going to pay streamers on release to get the game out there on Twitch? Nah. They'll play it just because it's the best game. But I do have a lot of big marketing plans, and so does our team. Definitely going to have a big influencer strategy. I mean, some of what you guys might not have seen is kind of what I've been up to in the last couple of years since I stopped streaming full-time. Well, I mean, I haven't streamed full-time since like 2016 at this point, but... In the meantime, you know, we've been making a lot of shows and like really high profile shows. Like we sold the first original series to Twitch, which was cool. That was Hive Mind. I mean, that show, I think like the latest peak, it was doing like over 200,000 concurrents on like the 7 channels aggregate. Which is fucking crazy. That's like the biggest show on Twitch while it's live every time. It was awesome. We had like Ludwig and Charlie hosting it, and I want to do more initiatives like that, just like good shows, you know, but it's like I understand Twitch and I know how to make good shit on it. I just I'm like less interested in being the guy on camera over time. And I'm like more interested in production. So I like curating shows, but it's not that I dislike starring in them. Like I'm down to do that too. It's just it's not good for mental health to be the guy on camera like long term. Like it's really not good. Like I know, I've been doing this longer than fucking anyone. I got partnered a decade ago, literally, in 2012. It's like, I've burnt out and grinded a channel from 0 to top of Twitch, like fucking 3 times over. Like, I'm over it. There's parts of it that are fun, you know? Like, I like the journaling aspect of streaming. That's like what I really enjoy. I think that's healthy. Like, being able to have a reason to voice your thoughts. Because like when I don't stream for long stretches of time, I don't journal or anything, you know, and then it's like I have all these ideas, but they're just in my head. And like my sister and my mom visited last month, and I was just like ranting at my sister about ideas involuntarily, and I realized halfway through, I'm like, holy shit, this is like all stuff I would talk about on stream normally, and now I can't shut up for 20 minutes because it's like bottled up. So yeah, I think that part's healthy, and it's like it's nice to say ideas out loud, or at least be forced to, because then you have to like organize them better. You have to make sure you really understand something if you're going to communicate it well. So I think that's helpful. It's good for like thinking in that way. But yeah, then you know, then there's like Twitch chat, which you know you just get dumber as you read in real time, which is like, yeah, that can't be good. So I don't know. Just promise you're never gonna full ghost us. I'll never full ghost you, man. No, but part of the other reason I wanted to stop is I realized that the attention is addictive, like not in a healthy way. You start craving attention, and then you start getting stressed when it lowers, and then like your serotonin level becomes aligned with like your clout, and that's just not fucking healthy. Because then it's like the path you go down is just like you're thinking about everything content first. Your entire social circle is based on like collabs. You're fucking searching for yourself on Reddit at the end of every fucking day. You wake up, look on Twitter. It's yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you like make it past 40 living that way. It's yeah. It's not healthy in my opinion. So. Are you still boys with Mitch? Yeah. Yeah, Mitch and I hung out in December, I think. Like recently, like since he moved to LA. I was gonna go to that show he had. I think he had one at the Energy House or something. It was some album release or something, but I couldn't make it up that day. Did you remember to max out your IRA this year? Nope. I bought more Tempo shares instead. That's what I do with all my cash. I just buy Tempo shares. And it goes pretty fucking well. Do you know GM Peter Svidler? No, who's that? Tempo IPA when? Our beer line? Or did you mean IPO? I learned how the public markets work last year, and it was eye-opening and nauseating at the same time, and I'm wary of taking companies public now. I used to think that the stock market was based on people's opinion of companies. Like if they thought it was performing well, the price, or at the very least it was rich people's opinions of companies, or it was based on fundamentals or some combination of the two, or news. And in practice, this is like not how any of it works at all. None of those things have anything to do with the price action. It's all operational movements through a hierarchy of banks, some of which have privileges that let them circumvent the free market in ways that people lower on the ladder can't. And the news is something they pay for after the fact to rationalize the price movement. So it like masks the but it's all operational, like all price movement. It's, I mean, not like all, whatever. Like, yeah, retail has some influence, and of course, like news matters and shit. But like, the market's big. You can point to a lot of different shit. But by and large, I would prefer that the value of my company was democratized rather than decided by Jamie Dimon, Head of the SEC just admitted a few days ago that 90% of retail purchases have no impact on the price of the stock bought or sold. Yeah, they route it to a fucking OTC exchange. It's like, yeah, that's the thing. The market maker decides. It's worse than that. It's not just that retail doesn't affect the price. It's that the market maker decides whether the retail buy pressure should affect the price. So they route it as they choose. So like if they want something to go up, route the retail buy pressure. It is egregious. The more you look into it mechanically, the shit that they can do, there is no better argument for blockchain. I was never so like, I bought my first Bitcoin in like 2012, right? Like I've heard the fucking word decentralization forever, and like I've been aware of this crypto shit forever. And I almost actually went into mining at the end of 2013 instead of the streaming thing. It was kind of like a fork in the road for me because my friend really wanted me to do the mining thing, and he fucking owned like 2% of Dogecoin at the time or something. It was crazy. Fucking hope he held. But yeah, like I never understood it until like this year. Like that, I understood what it was, but not why. And now that I understand the why, I can't like settle for less. It's hard to not retch at legacy markets once you understand them, But like, yeah, if you want to be like one of the cattle and like, yeah, buyers, I'm going to buy this tech stock on Amazon because my subreddit said it's neat. Rocket emoji, woo. And it's like, yeah, okay, you can play that game and go up, 12% a year and feel like you're fucking smart, but it's not like, I don't know. It's just not the game I'm interested in playing. Is this for U.S. stocks only? Oh, no, no, no. It is a global scam. It is fucking sick. The European banks can conjure dollars from thin air that did not exist. They can print them on demand. It is so sick. And actually, the foreign banks and the foreign exchanges, where there's, less regulatory oversight, is where a lot of the shadiest shit happens. That's like the nice thing. That's what I like about the whole, blockchain ethos, not that everybody adheres to it or even knows the philosophy, but yeah, it's a fair playing field. It's more of a meritocracy for currency, and I like that element of it. So yeah. What's the solution to all of this? Blockchain. I was a bit of a doomer. There's no solution but blockchain. It's there's other solutions, but blockchain's the most elegant one because it exists, it's scaling, it addresses the problem. It has this Trojan horse element where the very banks that it's undoing are the biggest buyers because it's the best performing asset. There's a lot of reasons why it will be the solution. The other ones would be revolution, economic collapse, hyperinflation, any sort of big market catastrophe could also be a catalyst for change. But they're just going to keep printing money and changing the way they measure inflation, and it's they keep it from getting too gnarly all at once because that preserves power. They're just good at keeping the poor poor. That's actually very interesting how that all works. Did you know that 10% of people are so stupid, empirically, that it's proven you can't add them to a system or a company without hurting the output of that system? They make systems worse by being a participant in them, right? So how it's a big problem. And it's not their fault, right? Nobody decides how smart they are, right? It's easy to be oh, the world has stupid people. But it's not productive either. There's always going to be a fucking bell curve of people on Earth, and the left 10% of that or whatever is always going to be useless. So the question is it's a lot of questions that stem from that. What degree of squalor should they live in, if any? I don't know. It's a systems design problem I don't know how to solve yet. Poor people aren't inherently stupid, it's systematic. Well, I'm not saying poor people are stupid. I'm saying stupid people inherently become poor on average, I guess. Yeah. I guess that would be the more accurate. I'd be shocked if the data said anything other than that, but I haven't looked at. But my point is more that 10% of all people will always be stupid in all realities until the end of time. So what do you do with them? And right now the answer is tell them to... Well, right now the answer is complicated. It's not... I can't hand wave it away there's one thing we do. There's social programs and stuff, and different countries treat it differently, and whatever. The Big Short really hammered the point that everyone's stupid. Yeah, well, it's it's easy to look at The Big Short and be like, oh well, these bankers are stupid. But like even in that movie, right? I'm pretty sure they say the bankers aren't stupid. They just knew they would get bailed out, right? Like Bitcoin was born from that crash, which is pretty awesome. You know, some good came of it. There are jobs you can do if you're dumber than average, aren't there? Well, it's mostly like physical jobs, right? But as technology gets better, those jobs go away. Like physically, like mechanical tasks are pretty easy to build stuff that's better than a person. The dumbest chick I knew at my school has 5 million followers on TikTok. Yeah, but like maybe she's the smartest person in the room, you know, like getting big on TikTok is not some like trivial thing that you oops your way into. It's something that like millions of sociopathic teenagers around the world are trying to do. So it's an inherently competitive hierarchy, right? So whatever she did, like there was some amount of learning probably to get to that point, you know. Well, thank you guys for all the hair compliments. It has been fun. I'll try to stream more often, show you guys more builds of the game. I mean, it's like I can even stream this build a little more often. I might stream some more days. But yeah, I mean, I hope you guys like taking a look at where we're at for now. Yeah, and hopefully I see you guys soon for another stream. That's what you always say. It's kind of true, isn't it? Yeah, normally I don't end up streaming again. I do kind of want to, though. You know, I think it's like partly it's healthy, partly it's now that we're wrapped up with this fundraiser. I'm gonna now that we're wrapped up with this fundraise, I have time to like stream more often, so that'll be good. And we don't want to like blow the whole marketing load before the game's actually out. We want to do it like when there's a call to action, but so you guys will see more stuff like closer to game launch. But I want to stream more often this year because like especially around game launch, I'm going to be like more of a regular. You know, I want to start doing it daily again, kind of at the peak. And there's a bunch of show ideas I have that I'm pretty excited about. You know, maybe it won't be like me in a room like talking to chat and that's like the whole format. It might be more like podcast stuff or more interactive shows like Hive Mind, or I don't know, just like, but I want to be on stream more often, and especially around game launch, so I'll definitely do that. Game Changers was baller. I'm glad you liked it, man. All right, you guys have a good day. We'll see you soon, and yeah, I'll let you know when. I mean, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's what, like Saturday? Maybe I stream tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.